Hey, hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 6:55 in the morning, 6:54 on a Saturday. It's 4/25/26. That's April 25, 26, 4/25, 26, and it's 68 degrees in my house on a Saturday at 6:54 in the morning. What's up, guys? As you can see from my camera immediately stopped working, but I mean that's par for the course. So, yeah, 6:54 in the morning, Saturday, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. What's up, guys? I am here to do some video and watch some YouTube and play some games, and so I will go and do so. And I am currently publishing yesterday's videos, so they will be on my channel in just a couple of hours. And I'm on part 2. I've got 3 parts. So save public. Okay, save this and then go back down. Gonna drop it off the big face here. There we go. And okay. Yeah. And part 3 of 3. Thumbnail. Show more. Recording date 24. Game online on strict. Go. And I will save and leave. And then just going to verify and double check stream noise. And I am currently publishing yesterday's videos. So my headphones are on in just a couple of hours. And I'm on part 2. I've got 3 parts. So save public. Okay, save this and then go back down. Sound. Drop it off the big face here. Sound is good. Okay, okay, moving on. I watched a good AI Iran video, Lego video from Iran, especially for Pete Hegseth. We love Americans, but not their leaders. It was so fucking good. Iran Lego animation. That's cool. It's like Iranians making Lego dramas about our fucking shitty politicians. Nina Totenberg, the quote, Coutin's gets a strange guest, excellent for wars, employee, Manson, nice, yep. And, let's start over.
He has some empathy.
You blasted me, why? Why do you always do this? I do not keep my volume at 100, but you do, you worthless piece of shit software developer. Get the fuck off YouTube, you have no idea how to design a video player. Stay the fuck off YouTube, incompetent software developer piece of shit. Stay the fuck off YouTube. You don't belong here. If you can't get this video right, if you can't stop blasting me with my volume, fucking stupid piece of shit software failure. These people really don't like Scientology. They have somebody that they love has been harmed by the church and probably has been abducted.
Witnessed was a gaggle of young men concealing their identities, recording themselves
like
running into a
I like Quite, though he does sort of worry me, his style.
Scientology office building to see how far inside they could get, all while blasting air horns while they recorded it. The first half of that description just sounded like the video you're watching right now. Listen, it's for blind viewers. At least one of them exists. This is an emerging speedrunning category where an individual or group of individuals try to get as deep into the LA Scientology office, like past the bits that are supposed to be publicly accessible, as they humanly can. Hi again, guys, and personally, I have no love for Scientology. They are often compared to a cult, and as an organization, they have a lot of power that really muddy the waters for things like I want to enjoy. Like, when you set aside how off-putting Tom Cruise and his middle tooth are, there's a lot of me that wants to like him. He's a short guy doing big stuff.
Tom Cruise's middle tooth? What do you mean middle tooth? Tom Cruise middle tooth. What? What's wrong with Tom Cruise's teeth?
Hey, this is Dr. Ty from Premier Orthodontics, and in this video we're going to be talking about what is wrong with Tom Cruise's teeth. So Tom Cruise has some famously interesting teeth. If you search online on Google for Tom Cruise teeth, you'll see lots of images.
Because he's been replicated.
Like this, where they draw a line down the center.
Is it a clone or something?
Center of his face, and they'll show that.
I know, I'm just making jokes. I don't really believe what I'm saying.
His upper midline is off by about a half a tooth. So a lot of people have speculated what is actually going on here. Why is his midline so off? Some people are wondering if he's got an extra tooth, missing teeth, what's going on. So today we're going to talk about why his midline is off and what exactly is going on with his teeth. So this is one of his early pictures. He was in The Outsiders. In this film, he had some pretty interesting teeth. As you can see, his front tooth is actually very chipped. So apparently he had a hockey accident where he got hit in the mouth and chipped his tooth. And he'd had it repaired, but for this film, he actually had that filling removed just so he could better play his role in The Outsiders. So he took one for the team and made his teeth actually even a little bit worse just for the purpose of this film. So early on, you can see he had some pretty misaligned teeth.
Oh, sissy.
And between this movie and when we later saw him, sometime in his teenage years, he obviously had some braces. You can see here he is, later in life in his career. So things have gotten straighter. They're looking a little bit better. You can see he got that tooth chip repair as well. So obviously he had braces, but if you look closely, that midline is still definitely to the left. So let's dive in and see why that midline is so far to the left and what's going on. So if we count the teeth...
Yeah, I see that is a thing.
Every new method he concocts to try and get as close to killing himself that he can while filming it and then using it to make $1 bajillion looks really cool. And a lot of things you hear about him from other celebrities makes you think that maybe he's different than the impression his off-putting demeanor might lead you to believe. Like, he's really good in Tropic Thunder, man, a performance that was apparently entirely up to him. But it's like always in the back of your head. It's the little Scientology thing that just won't stop bothering you. Back to Scientology as an org being infamous, calling it an org like it's fucking Face Clan juicing its members for money. Maybe it's not that different. Anyways, there's the whole Project Normandy thing where Scientology almost took over the city of Clearwater, Florida, an operation that was later described as a paramilitary operation by a terrorist group. Scientology is covered endlessly in the most nefarious rumors of their tactics, cover-ups, and alleged psychological manipulation have been covered in documentaries and movies and in YouTube videos that make them seem like a really threatening presence that you don't want to get in the bad graces of. But then you just have some random shitters on TikTok, multiple groups of them just managing to almost effortlessly infiltrate deep into the building like it's nothing. That just really breaks the facade of this unstoppable juggernaut of a shady organization that comes to mind when talking about Scientology. Not that they aren't, still a dangerous group, but it's very funny that they're having trouble with this because of a dumb viral trend. So I figured we'd look through some of these clips today and the wider machinations and reasoning of
Scientology speed runs.
Some of the guys who have been doing it. If you enjoyed...
How long will it take the Scientologists to bounce us out of their fucking building? It's like a speed run.
This video, this card at the end will take...
I think that's such a genius idea. Flat earthers are so stupid.
To do another one like it, and be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. Now, it's interesting because
if you fly in a plane, you can see the curve of the fucking earth. If you look, you can see that the earth is curved. Go fly in a plane, you fucking ignorant. You never did fly in a plane, did you, flat earthers? Did you? Fly in a plane and you can see the curve of the fucking earth as it curves in front of you. I mean, I'm sorry, but... Kitty, you are scratching me. Stop that. Stop it. Stop scratching me. Yep, stop scratching me. Ouch, kitty. Yep, just put your claws somewhere else. Ouch, you're scratching my leg. Get off me. Ugh. Don't scratch me, we're fine.
because the clip I showed you at the start of the video is like the full-fledged version of the Scientology speedrunning we've seen after it's escalated. But as far as I know, it started much lower key. I believe it began with this guy, Scientology Audit, just kind of filming from the outside of the building and talking to the guys at the front door.
I'm not mad.
Hey
You
guys,
just
back
don't
inside. No cults out here. Inside.
No cults out here.
Inside. Good boy, good girl.
They are running for cover. Run for cover, run for cover, run for cover.
Hey, good boy. Close it up. I can see you.
That really condescending
Run for cover, run for cover.
good boy always gets me. Like, if you're a dude with a camera and start giving orders, then the guys out front will just do what you say, as long as what you say is to go inside. I can only assume this is standard procedure after a while, because they acted so quick at the first inkling of a guy about to press them, and there's no way the Scientology Audit guy was the first to ever do this. Part of me has some empathy for the day-to-day employees of Scientology who are just trying to work the register to get people into their alleged cult. It's the system itself and the dudes at the top who, like, I would say most people think are the major problem. And I am really sorry. It's still hilarious when it happens to you, innocent door greeter. Like, this Scientology Audit guy comes back all the fucking time and knows these door greeters by name, or at least, like, people who work within the building that he's shouting the names of.
Shannon, what are you doing?
Shannon, are you brainwashing people and stealing their money? Right off the street, you're pulling people to brainwash them and steal their money right off of the street. Shannon, go inside. No cults allowed.
I have a question, Shannon. Shannon, you forgot this door. You were moving too quick. Why'd you duck on the desk, Shannon?
I personally enjoy writing fanfiction about random people I see on the street, like just making up characters for them in my head. It's the main reason to people watch for me. So I like to imagine that Scientology Audit and this Shannon individual are like actually good friends off camera, and that's why they're on a first name basis. The woman up front is actually a plant/informant here to run anti-Scientology propaganda with the dude actually recording. That's why he knows her name, not because it's what she introduces herself as to people Scientology is trying to lure in. I can just imagine them getting coffee together after a hard day's work, and she's just...
They lie. They, like, give you a fake name. They're like, hi, I'm Shannon, but it's not even her name because she's a cult leader.
Particularly enjoying a random one-liner this guy said that played well in the YouTube Shorts comments, like, wow, that was a real zinger. You really had me going. That's why I had to duck behind the desk.
Ouch, Kitty, you are scratching my leg. Stop it.
Of course,
Stop
I'm
it.
making all that part up. So that's
Stop
how
this now. Stop
Scientology
that.
Audit
Stop
got
that.
started with this shtick. He would just go to the same location and apply frequent pressure to the guys waving to you at the door and just make it unpleasant to work there. But somebody else had the idea to take it a little further and see if
Stop
they could
scratching me.
actually
Stop it.
penetrate the outer walls. But first, a quick reminder that you can use my
Stop
code
it.
QUITE to get 10% off of Cheeky soap. Cheeky is the shit that I use to clean the
Nope.
shit out of
Get off
my
me.
butt crack, because
off.
yes, I do clean down there.
If you're
But
gonna
also the
scratch
thing
me,
I just
you can't sit on me. Bad kitty. Do not scratch me. You're doing it on purpose.
really use to keep myself smelling fresh in the shower and out of it. 2 different bars for those 2 different tasks, by the way. I have pretty dry ass skin, so...
They're like skateboarding.
Check it out at the first link in the description. If you look at Scientology Audit's shorts, you can tell that the staff of the Scientology building he's trying to run into is pretty used to his and probably other people's antics. Like, they have a protocol. There's literally a type of buzzer system they have that...
Yeah, they probably aggro people by abducting their family members. So then these people come on down here every day and harass this cult to try and get their fucking family members back. These are bad people. L. Ron Hubbard was a bad person. He was absolutely a pederast, fucking child rapist. And like, you know, and had all these problems. And as he left, he made a joke about what, you know, what's the, he hated humanity like me. And I think it's very funny what he did. And I think it's even funnier that he's dead now and it's still going. He was like, I'm going to play a trick on mankind because they fuck with me over raping children all the time. So he made a cult and enslaved hundreds of thousands of people to a fake cause and stole their money. And I mean, yeah, if you really hated humanity, be a cult leader and steal their money, honestly. It's like probably the most satisfying thing you can do if you hate humanity is enslaving hundreds of thousands of them to pay you tithing money. And I swear to God, I've heard him before. I've seen him on camera before talk about playing a joke on the world.
Rings whenever,
By,
I assume, somebody on
by introducing another religion. We don't need another religion. We've already got 50 worthless ones.
cam sees like a known op getting
Fucking religions supposedly based off science with e-feet meters. Fucking liar.
near the building. So they send like a little signal buzzer to the door.
Boy, that man does not look pleasant. He just doesn't look like a pleasant man. He's shaved his head for some fucking reason.
Grader that tells them to just get the
Yeah, like an arc raider. Oh my god.
system they have that rings whenever, I assume, somebody on cams sees like a known op get near the building. So they send like a little signal buzzer to the door greeter that tells them to just get the hell inside before they can start getting heckled by passerby. But the
What? That's like how deep this operation goes. They're like full blown, like trying to grift people on the street, and they have security to fucking protect their grifters.
just get the hell inside strat falls apart like a knockoff Lego set when you have a dude who's determined to get in there with you. Like, if you rewatch the clip we just looked at, the lady closes the doors so that the cameraman doesn't get in, but there was already a dude who has beaten his personal time for this section of the run, making a sprint for the back left hallway to get deeper in the building. I don't know if the lady realized that dude was already behind her, and then she just closed the doors, trapping herself.
Now, is this trespassing? It might actually be felony trespassing, though. I think they're kind of playing with fire here.
In there with him. That was a lone individual able to pull that off. So, do the guys at Scientology have the personnel to ward off roving gangs of LA clout chasers as this gets more
Yes, they
popular?
do.
With that in mind, it's time to check back in on
But it costs them time and money if they do that,
our
which is what we want.
current deepest explorers. Scientology run patch notes. Added co-op. Up to 8 players.
Wait.
Current deepest
Where, oh, okay. I was like, where is that stuffed doll from? And I can't think of what I'm thinking of. Mouse?
explorers.
No, Secret of Nim.
Scientology run patch notes. Added co-op. Up to 8 players can take on the Scientology building in either local or online.
Scientology run patch notes. Added co-op. Up to 8 players can take on the Scientology building in either local or online multiplayer. Nerf Tom Cruise's health by 10%.
multiplayer. Nerfed Tom Cruise's health by 10%.
Go up, go up. Where are you going down for?
If you weren't sure, these guys had a pretty clear goal of getting to the top floor of the building. Like, one of them literally says, "What are you going down for?" I'm almost certain it's because the elevator was taking a minute, just like every elevator seems to when you're the one who actually has to use it. Like, sure, the guy you watched walk right up to it just before you got there, pressed the button and the door opened immediately. But now you have to sit here for a few minutes with your thumb up your ass while you wait for it to get back down to your level, you lesser life cretin. You can see them pivot pretty hard
They're like doing a speed run. There actually are.
when they actually see a guy coming up to try and stop them. Like the dude in the hallway at the back of that scene when they got down
He
the
looks so angry.
stairs looked a tad menacing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just don't have the stomach for this sort of thing. But a huge part of this exercise for the people who are actually doing it is exploring and seeing what they can find in the areas they are able to get into. Getting information to improve their speedrunning techniques, even if they weren't able to go all the way up to the top floor like they wanted. You gotta build your knowledge base even off the failures. In fact, it's mostly gonna be off the failures.
Get out! Get out!
Get out of the building! Get out of the building! Now! You're trespassing! Get out of the building! Get out of the building!
Okay, we all know this
I can't believe I couldn't go to a Mar last night. Jesus fucking Christ. Try again. In 6 hours, there will be at 3 p.m., there will be a PvP roam.
Autopilot engaged.
Whole thing is a bit absurd, but these guys were concealing their faces for a reason. No matter how you or I feel about Scientology, this is probably not allowed by the law, and we're getting to a point where they're pushing past security officers physically to try and get further in, which brings up the question of, is this going to
Yeah, is this going to end you up in jail?
escalate into something? You could argue we already have with where we're at, like how deep they're trying to get in. It seems like that lady being the last line of defense was what made these guys decide to go, you know what, let's just double back. That's good enough for this look around. And I wasn't kidding about this whole thing being an exploration exercise. The craziest part of it to me is that with every new run that people do, as it gets a little crazier in terms of...
In his background, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Like 20. Why do you have 20 fucking Xbox? He has 20 red-ringed Xboxes for some reason. Because he probably repairs them. Yeah, there's all these like Xbox boxes. What's with all the Xbox boxes? What the hell?
Manpower and how deep
they're all elites too. They're like all elite models. That's so weird.
Autopilot jumping.
Where the fuck did you get the money to buy 20 Xboxes? What?
Building?
Daddy, isn't it? It's Daddy. Daddy gave you money to buy Xboxes. Must be nice.
People have been able to draw a more detailed map of what the
if it wasn't Daddy, it's YouTube.
Inside of the Scientology building.
Yeah, where is that thing from? Where's that stuffed doll from? I can't remember.
Looks like.
It says they go all the way downstairs because they are mapping this place out. They are trying to map out the entire inside of the Scientology building in the state of Los Angeles. Honestly, and even more wilder, after
the state of Los Angeles?
Speedrun, the map just got a massive update. And even
you have this person, Strawberry Fox _studio, who claims they have no relation to the people subway surfing the LA Scientology building, who themselves has been drawing more and more detailed maps of the building's interior so they can practice drawing maps for their D&D games. They've been doing this for like the last week, updating it as more speedruns get released and more information comes out about it. And I think
they're building a map and this is scaring the shit out of the Scientologists. Good. Fuck the Scientologists.
Map drawing of it all is a funny exercise to take.
You know, the Scientology church fucking abducted my father one time for 4.5 years. I actually have a personal beef with them. Like, abducted his ass. I remember it was creepy. My mother and I, we like answered the door. She was like, come here. And I was like, okay. And we answered the fucking door. And she's like, something's weird. Something's going on. Come up here and just, make sure nothing goes bad. And I was like, okay. And she was like, can I help you? And the people were like, we're looking for blah, blah. And my father's name, he's passed now. So I suppose I could say his name. It wouldn't matter. I don't like my father, and he's dead. Who cares if somebody doxes him, I guess? I don't know. I don't need to say his name, though. And we answer the door, and my mom's acting weird, so I'm acting protective, and we answer the door, and she's nervous because there's like 4 people out there. I think it was 4 or 5 people, and they're like, hi. They were super nice. They were nice, but you could tell they were church people. And you could tell there was something wrong with them. You could tell they wanted something. And you could tell they had a lot of power and they had a lot of time. They had a lot of time to do the stuff that they were doing. And this scared my mother. She had no idea who they were, but she was like, just what, we're going to figure it out. So we answer the door and they're like, we're looking for blah, blah. And she goes, yeah, that's my ex-husband. And, this boy's father, we've not seen him for I don't know, 2.5 years now or something. And they're like, oh, you haven't seen him in 2.5 years? Has he called you or talked to you? And we were like, she doesn't answer any questions. She's like, why? She doesn't answer the question. She's just like, why are you asking? And they're like, your ex-husband, he signed up to the Scientology church and now he's disappeared and we're just making sure he's okay. What they were really after was my father had to flee the Scientology church. Apparently, he was like working at their downtown LA thing. Probably this building right here that we're looking at. And I wish I was lying, but I'm not. This is a true story. Fucking Scientology church fucking inducted my father into their fucking thing. My father liked Dianetics for some reason, but it's junk science. Fuck Dianetics. And so, but I liked L. Ron Hubbard's sci-fi. I thought his sci-fi was actually genuinely good because it is. It's like a mix of, like, I would say it's like a mix of CIA intrigue, comedy, and sci-fi and conspiracy theory. And they don't make books like Mission Earth. They don't like nobody writes like L. Ron Hubbard. It's kind of insane. But, you know, and I did like his series, so I respected L. Ron Hubbard, but I didn't respect the Scientology church, and I didn't know who they were either. So, and they're like, oh yeah, we've been looking for your ex-husband for you. They're talking to my mom. They're like, we've been looking for your ex-husband now for about 4.5 weeks, and you know, and that's what I recall them saying. They're like, we've been looking for your ex-husband for like 4.5 weeks, and we're worried that he might be dead. And she was like, oh, I don't think he's probably dead. No, he just disappears all the time. He goes for a pack of cigarettes and just never comes back. That's what happened. That's what my father did. He didn't go for a pack of cigarettes. I think he went to go to the store, and then we never did ever see him ever again. He just ran. He just ran from his wife and his kid. Fucking shithead. And so... Anyways, so yeah, and we're like, well, we haven't seen him in like 2.5 years. And they're like, oh, really? You haven't got a phone call or anything like that? And she was like, no, we haven't received a phone call or anything from him. And if you do see him, let him know that he owes fucking, I don't know what it was, like $500,000 in back child support or something. He hadn't paid child support in 5 years or something, and it adds up. And she used something quite funny to force him to pay. She got the state of Nebraska, which is where we were living earlier before California, and she got the state of Nebraska to pursue his ass for not paying child support, and she had them garnish his paychecks for the rest of his life. And so anytime that he tried to work a real job, which he never did anyways, but I mean, if he ever tried to, his paychecks would have been garnished like 90% to pay his fucking child support, and the cops probably would have come after him for not paying child support. You know, that's against the law. You do have to pay child support. It's insane. And she was like, yeah, no, my deadbeat ex-husband has not called me in 2.5 years. And if you do fucking see his worthless deadbeat ass, that's just what she said to him too. I'll never forget. She was like, if you do see his worthless deadbeat ass, he owes us like $500,000 in fucking child support. He hasn't paid child support in 5 years. You don't want him in your fucking church. That's what she said to him. She was like, you don't want him in his church. He look at this boy right here. She like points at me and she's like, he should have done something for his son. He hasn't. And they were like, well, that's not our business, ma'am. And I was like, but she was like, none of this is your business. Get off my property now. You know, she was like, I don't know you. I don't know what you're after. I don't trust you. I don't need to talk to you. I haven't heard from him in 2.5 years. And you're scaring my son. Get the fuck off my property. That's what she said to him. It was insane. She was like, you're scaring my son. Get the fuck off my property now. That's what she said. Or I'll call the police. And they were like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. We're not here to scare you. We're not here to scare your son or anything like that. You're never going to hear from us ever again. We believe you when you say that you haven't seen him and all this, and we're so sorry to stress you today. That's what they said. It was insane. I was there. I was watching it, and I forget. It was so wacky and weird. I love this story, but it is, you know, it's not a lie. This happened, and so then they basically fled. They didn't run, but they parked their van weird up there on the road because we had a slanted driveway down to where our fucking house was in Ranchos Palos Verdes. And like and they parked the van aiming out, like they might have to run, like they might have to, maybe they were gonna find him and abduct him, maybe, because it was insane. It was so weird. They had this crazy big white van that had like 16 seats in it or something like that. It was a really big van, bigger than they usually make. And they had parked it all weird in our driveway, pointed outwards so they could leave quickly. And they did. They didn't run. They just walked quickly. All five of them, they just like, goodbye, ma'am, and left. And all five of them like terrously, like basically fled. They like walked up the driveway, got in that van, and they drove off fucking fast because they didn't want to leave witness. They didn't want to be on camera. They didn't want her to tell the police they were there, which in Ranchos Palos Verdes you're likely to get if you go to a rich person's house in Ranchos Palos Verdes. She was rich at that time. She had lost her business and her house, and she was going through her second divorce, or well, first she was widowed her first time, and then the second time it was a divorce. And you know, and so yeah, if creepers come up on your land in Ranchos Palos Verdes, that's a fast way to get bored rich people cops called on you, who just show up really fast because they're bored. There's no crime in the town, so they show up like 4 minutes later to protect the rights of the people who pay their fucking salaries and shit, the taxpayers who pay their salaries. And so yeah, and like, you know, and it was just crazy. And so the Scientologists fled our house, which was just crazy. And that, I'll never forget that. Like, the fucking Scientology church came looking for my father, who had fled the church. And, you know, they did have him for like 4.5 years and stuff. And so she like called the church. And she was like, I am seeking this man for, you know, and it's a legal matter. Would you talk to me? And they were like, yeah, he's been a member here for 4.5 years. That's all we'll tell you. But, you know, he has been in the church for like 4.5 years. And she was like, wow, really? And they were like, yeah, he worked his way up to the Efeton meter guy that like does the intake interviews. And they told her like what his history was, and like they weren't against telling her that he was in the church. I think they were against her talking to him. They weren't against I don't think they were interested in lying to her. They were more interested in her not talking to him, I think, which was kind of insane. They were happy when she said, no, I've not, when she said, no, I've not talked to him for 2.5 years, and he owes like 500 grand in child support. And, you know, and I haven't talked to him in 2.5 years. They were happy with that answer. That's the answer that they wanted. It was insane. They like smiled. I remember they were like, oh, you haven't seen him in 2.5 years. And they were all relieved. And it was, I swear to God, it was so fucking hanky panky. It was so weird. It was sus as hell. They were like there to abduct him back to the church, I think. They were prepared to maybe they brought 5 people because I think they were ready to physically restrain him. And he was a big man. He was, you know, he was 6'7", 325 pounds, you know, something like that, almost all of his life. And he had a big belly just like me. And, you know, but he was huge. I'm talking, think like linebacker, but bigger. He was bigger than that. Imagine a basketball player linebacker, because he was tall like a basketball player, but he was built like a linebacker, and he was a scary dude. Like if he got in your fucking face or he was angry, it was frankly really scary. It's the most scary thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Because it's like watching Andre the Giant go fucking crazy, like he's gonna stomp you or something. And there's something very primal about a man that size getting really, really angry. It's scares you. Anyways, so they showed up with 5 people, and I've always thought that they were there to re-abduct him back to the church. That was my you know, my assumption of it, which is why I'm watching Scientology videos, because it's like I do have a slight bit of history with them, and I have read some L. Ron Hubbard and stuff. It's just kind of fun. I'm sure I'm one of those people that's actually sort of, what's the word, vulnerable. I'm sort of vulnerable to the Scientology church because I actually like their cult leader. Even though he was a pederast, his sci-fi novels taught me everything that I know about my government. From the false flag scenarios, to the FBI, CIA drunks, to the fucking aliens taking over our leadership, or whatever the fuck happened. I'm not really sure what happened, really. It could be Pantathian Serpent Men. We don't really know. I've seen their cloaking devices fail. I've definitely seen Obama's cloaking device fail. I've seen a bunch of celebrities' cloaking devices fail, and those videos used to be very, very popular, but they're all off the internet now. They've all been taken down and debunked and all this. But you used to, way back in like 2008, you would see these really popular videos of, anyways. So they were there to re-abduct him. That's what my mom thought. She was like, this is so weird. It was almost like an army cell sent to like a quad to come assassinate him or something. It was insane. Like there was like 5 people who had nothing to do that whole day but find my father. It's insane. Who has that kind of money, power, and resources? A cult. That's who. It's who has the time, money, and resources to send 5 people hunting after somebody. That's insane. I don't even think rich people do that. They send one private investigator. As I recall, I think they did send a PI, if I remember. I'd have to ask my mother, but I recall something about a PI, but the PI was way more polite than the Scientologists were. Like, the PI showed up and knocked at her door and told her that he was seeking my father, but he wouldn't say who he was with, right? And she was like, well, I haven't seen him in fucking 2 years or whatever it is. And then 6 months later, the Scientologists show up. Fucking weird. I swear to God, they were there to re-abduct him, and when they didn't have to, they were relieved. And when she mentioned that she hadn't seen him or talked to him in 2.5 years, they were very relieved by that, because they were there to pretty much, I think, try to cease communication between the two or some such. I think that was their agenda, which was to pretty much disguise the fact from her that the church had abducted him, essentially, or whatever you call it when a cult sort of brainwashes you. And then, and yeah, a PI did come, if I recall correctly. A PI came like 6 months before the Scientologists did. And it was so weird. I remember for a couple of years there, I was like, Jesus Christ, my father is a fucking clown. The Scientologist church and PIs are after him. My father is a fucking clown. He was a clown. He was a fucking living clown. He didn't take himself, he took himself way seriously. But he was a fucking clown. He had PIs after his ass. He slept with women all of his life, but then when he couldn't get any more women because he got to be old, he was like 65, he started sleeping with a dude, which is just like, who does that? Who the man was straight. My father was straight, but he was gay for pay, essentially. And the next relationship he had after my mother was a dude, which is fine. I'm not a homophobe. I don't care about my father being gay, but I don't really understand how you have 5 wives and 3 kids over 50 years, and then it suddenly decide to go gay at 67. I don't really understand that. That's the premise of that show, Grace and Frankie, on Netflix. But he wasn't successfully married and in love with his neighbor, like Martin Sheen or whatever, and Grace and Frankie. He was this weird artist dude with a big fat belly who wasn't attractive, who was way too tall and way too big, like me, who I don't know. He was smart. He was a very interesting guy, but he I don't know. And he was an alcoholic, and like the first thing he did that was weird is he went for a pack of cigarettes and disappeared for the rest of my goddamn life. I remember he was like, I'm going to the store, and then we never saw his ass ever again. And I do not appreciate the fact that he turned my life into that stereotypical joke that my father went for a pack of cigarettes and never came back. He put me through that. That actually happened to me. And when it happens to you, it's fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. I hate my father. My mother sometimes tries to convince me to maybe look at my father in a nicer light, but I mean, I don't know, man. He was gay for pay at the end of his life after having 5 wives and 3 kids. That was fucked up. Not that he's gay, but he just gender bends, essentially, like some kind of sociopath. I don't really feel that he felt much emotion, so he might have been a sociopath. I don't really know. I would need a psychiatrist to do a diagnosis while he was still alive, but I'm slightly convinced that my father may have been a sociopath, kind of, because I don't remember him showing a lot of emotion besides anger. Anger is the only emotion I remember him ever. Like, I'm sorry, he had a good sense of humor, and he thought things were funny, and he would smile. So I don't think he was a sociopath, but he was definitely a psychopath, I think, because he would beat his wives. He was scared. He would literally terrorize his children, and he was a terrible drunk and all this stuff. And it's just weird when I don't know why he joined the Scientology church, but it's probably the same reason I would join it, which is that I want a bunch of like-minded individuals who grew up on L. Ron Hubbard, right? And that's that's why people joined the church, and it is a compelling reason.
Active.
But yeah, I like telling the story about how the Scientologist showed up at our house one day looking for my father, who had absconded from the church without their permission, which is just insane. I'm not kidding either. So I hate the Scientology church because I have this feeling that his life wasn't that good. My father's life was not that good after my mother's divorce with him. It just wasn't that good. He was constrained to poverty. He was living in a van and fucking Van Nuys like a fucking loser. He was like living in a van, and he was a fucking loser for like 5 years or something like that. Drunk loser. And he no-showed on me. He just never ever spoke to me ever again. But we came to find out later that he did continue talking to his first son and his first nephew, or sorry, his first, he did continue talking to, now both of these men are dead, so I'm going to say their names, but my half-brother was named Curlin. Curlin died of I want to say stroke, but we don't really know. It may have been aneurysm. We don't know what got Curlin. He just dropped dead one day, and so did his son Wilden, which is fucked up. And that's my half brother and my nephew. And that's on my father's side. And we found out that my father very loyally continued to talk to Curlin and Wilden all of his life, but for some reason he just decided to never speak to me ever again. And I didn't slight the man. I didn't hate the man. I didn't slight him in any way or form. I wasn't a bad son. I didn't ever punch him or anything like this. It's just, I'm not a bad son, and I didn't ever slight my father, right? So there was really no reason why he should continue to talk to his first son all of his life and his grandson Wilden, but then never speak to me for the next 27 years. And so when my mother spoke to my half brother, we found out when I was 27 years old, we found out from the gay man living in, I think it was Ecuador or something like that. My father moved to Ecuador to live with a gay man who was rich, who would just take care of him like a sugar baby. And he was a very nice man. I remember talking to him. He was a cool man. I got no issue with him. But, but it was just weird. And he was like, I feel that your father was trying to live off me. That's what he said to my mother. He was like, he said to my mother, he was like, I would like to meet your son just because I feel like in many ways your son is kind of like a family member of mine. And she asked me, she was like, would you like to meet the gay man that your father lived with in Ecuador for the last 5 years of his life? And I was like, no. I don't need to meet the gay man from Ecuador. I'm never going to go to Ecuador. I don't think I need to talk to the nice gay man. I don't see why, I'm sure that probably came across as homophobia, but it was more like, I don't know you. You're from Ecuador. I don't know you from Sunday or whatever. I don't know what my father was doing down there with you. I don't know why he was. He was a straight man, and if he was sleeping with you, it's because he was using you for money. And so that's what I would have said to him had I spoke to him. So I was just like, no, I'm not going to talk to the gay man who put my father up for the last 5 years of his life. No, I don't see how that could be productive. I'm sure I could have learned something, but also I don't need to talk to some rando from fucking Ecuador who took care of my father the last 5 years of his life. I don't need to. I don't feel it. My father didn't talk to me. Why should I have to talk to some rando? It's like that. My father didn't talk to me past the age of 14 until when he died, when I was 27 or something like that. It was like 14 years. He just didn't talk to me, right? And and I am still angry about it because I didn't slight him like that. There was no reason why. He could have just called me on Christmas and it would have been fine, but he just no-showed for the rest of my life. Come to find out later, my mother goes to talk to all of our family members to let them know that my father's dead and what happened. And we come to find out from Joya, which was Curlin's wife, that Curlin and Wilden had passed in I want to say 2014 or something like that. And this was tragic. I had no idea because we just hadn't spoken to them in like 10 years. They were like kind of extended sort of family that weren't so close to us, So my mother writes them on Facebook and lets them know that my father is
Approaching
dead and asks them
Stargate.
if they knew. And they did, and we come to find out that not only is my father dead of a brain aneurysm, but so is my half brother and my nephew. They're all dead. And my half brother died at the age of 43. My nephew died at the age of 31, and my father died at the age of 67.
Autopilot
So I was
jumping.
terrified of turning 27. I was terrified of turning 31, and I'm still scared of reaching 67 and dying of the same goddamn aneurysm that killed my fucking father and all of the male family members on my father's side of the family. I believe I've got some kind of ticking genetic time bomb in my head because it killed the whole male side of my fucking family. It's aneurysm or stroke. They don't know what it is. These men, they just die. They're in perfect health. I mean, they're probably alcoholics, all three of them, but they're in perfect health. They shouldn't have died instantly, like just drop dead. That's what happened to all three of the male members of my family. My father, my half brother, and my fucking nephew. They all dropped dead at very young ages, like 31. Yep, my fucking nephew, he was younger than me and he died before I did, which is just insane. And he died at the age of 31. And so we come to find out from Curlin's wife that no, Curlin and Wilden had been dead for like 5 and 6 years or something like that. They died about a year apart from each other, which was just insane. And it was the same thing. And she was like, you need to get your son checked because, you know, something genetically killed both my husband and my son. And my mother was like, oh my God, they did get me checked out. They got me checked out. And there's no evidence of any,
jumping.
you know, hereditary problems in my brain or anything like that. I don't show the signs of maybe just dying of an instant aneurysm or something like that. I don't really show the signs of that, which is good. I've never had a seizure. That was something that my father's ex-wife mentioned, was that not only did my father have seizures all of his life, but so did his son and so did his nephew. Now, because of my mother's good DNA or something, I've dodged that bullet, I think. I've never had a seizure. I've never even come close to it. And I've been in a coma, but I've never been in a seizure. And I've been in a coma for 5 days after my moped accident, but I've never had a seizure, and so I don't fear the same stuff that killed the entire male side of my family. You know what I'm saying? Also, my father's brothers, he had 5 of them. All 5 of those guys are dead, and I've met them all. There's like Steve, and I can't remember my father's brothers' names, and I don't care to. I don't like my father's side of the family. His mother was Sybil. I can't think of all the names. There was like Steve and John and Gary and Joe. I can't remember all the brothers' names. All those guys died of either alcoholism or overdose in the streets. All of my father's brothers, and they were all notorious alcoholics and junkies, and they all died of the needle or deprivation on the streets, which is fucking crazy. So I don't like my father's side of the family. They never taught me anything except how to be a drug addict and an alcoholic, essentially. You know, I don't like them. I didn't like my grandmother. It sucks, but it's just like, it sucks when you just come to these decisions on your own. You're like, I don't really like my father's side of the family. For one thing, they're all dead. There's not a single one of them left. I think that's a legitimate reason. My grandmother on my father's side is dead. My grandfather on my father's side is dead. My father is dead. His first son is dead. His son is dead. All 5 of his brothers are dead. There's nothing left of my father's side of the family. There's no one left. There's no one left to talk to, even. Not even his mother or anything like this. So I don't like my father's side of the family. Usually a family is there for you if you're family. But no, my father's side of the family was not there for me. Not in any way or fucking form. I think my grandmother used to send me $5 for my birthday, you know? That's the extent of the help that my father's family gave me. Was my grandmother Sybil would send me $5 on my fucking birthday, like clockwork, for the first 10 years of my life or something like that. And I came to count on that $5 to buy Bazooka Joe when I was 7 years old. You know, bubblegum essentially. So I came to count on that $5. I knew that $5 was coming once a year, and I could buy bubblegum that my parents wouldn't give me money for. You know, usually. So But yeah, I think of that, like, that's the extent of all that my father's family did for me, you know, and my father. My father helped raise me. He wasn't totally an asshole, but he did disappear at the age of when I was like 14 or something like that, and I never did see him ever again. And I don't like him. I've got daddy issues. I don't. Not only do I not like him, I don't like his entire fucking family. They're all dead from junk, drinking, or poverty. Like, I'm sorry, but those are all the struggles that I have, and I think I have those struggles because I have my father's DNA. I struggle with poverty, I struggle with alcoholism, and I struggle with fucking, I don't struggle with alcoholism, but I do struggle with drug addiction. And, you know, and I do abuse alcohol pretty much all my life, just like them. And it is a way of life for me, kind of. I wouldn't say I'm an alcoholic, it's just a way of life for me. I believe in alcohol and its benefits, you know what I'm saying? I really do. And I believe in the same thing about that for hash and dope and heroin and all that other stuff, too. I believe in opioids and their efficacious nature. Oops. What's this now? Oh, eating power. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump, jump. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. What system was this?
Autopilot jumping.
Well, I lived. Stop the autopilot.
Autopilot disabled.
Go to a station, get a new ibis. And I'll just lose ibises to fucking eating palm. I refuse to pay attention to this boring game.
Pardon for your own personal.
So, and that's my Scientology story. Is they came hunting for my father one time. They're weird in church detectives. Their C organization or whatever it is. Their weird C organization came looking for my father one time because he successfully fled from the Scientology church. And they like, I remember them talking to my mother, and they were like, nobody ever leaves the church. You know, that's what they said to her. They were like, nobody ever leaves this church, so we're just concerned about him because he's left the church, and nobody ever does that. So we're wondering if he's in trouble, or he's dead, or in crisis or something like that. Is he depressed, and does he need help or anything like this? And she was like, I don't know. I've not seen him in 2.5 years. It was just fucking crazy. They kept asking too. They asked the same question like 7 times. They're like, you haven't seen him? And it's like, no, we haven't seen him.
Memes, but they've been posting these diagrams around, and their drawings have been getting passed between hands as the...
When private investigators show up and they're pursuing your father, when Scientology Church CCOM members from the securities wing of the Scientology Church start showing up at your door seeking your father, you know that your father's a fucking loser.
Layouts of the rooms.
And that's also something that I resent about him. I think that verifiably proves that he was a fucking loser, that the fucking Scientology, maybe he wasn't. I guess maybe it's a brave thing that he left the Scientology Church, but only an idiot would join the Scientology Church in the first place. So no, I mean, it's stupid to join the Scientology Church. He was an idiot. My father was not an idiot, but he was easily, I think, swayed by sociality or whatever. And so, you know, and I don't know, man.
Pretty rapidly, so the knowledge is like spreading of an actual...
Yeah, they want to know what's inside this building. Are you raping children in there? Because, you know, L. Ron Hubbard was a pederast. That's usually what they do in cults. They rape children. It sucks, but it's statistically true. A lot of cults get busted for child molestation. It's just something that we know about them. One of the reasons that they do this is they close doors so they can rape children.
Blueprint. It's probably not exactly to scale, but I think with the information people are gaining and like it's circulating around, it brings up that same question. People are collectively...
You think I'm kidding? Like, oh, not all church people are child molesters, but yeah, cult people are though. Most cult people actually are. It's statistically true. Look at Warren Jeffs. Look at science. Look at L. Ron Hubbard. Look at the church members aren't probably all child rapists, right? There's probably only like 10 or 15 people at the top that are child rapists, but there's always 10 or 15 people at the top of every cult that are child rapists, and then one child rapist gets busted and another one takes his place as the cult leader. It's just weird. That's what happens with these weird organizations. That's why they do this, so they can be outside the law and rape children. That's my conviction. Well, there's another reason too. They tithe. They force you to tithe like 90% of your income. They'll let you keep exactly what it costs to feed, clothe, and water yourself so that they don't have to matrix battery you or whatever. And then they take all the rest of it. They take 92% or whatever of whatever your paycheck it is, whatever your job is. Tom Cruise as well. They do this to Tom Cruise too. It's one of the things that's so fucking stupid to him. Or stupid about him is he makes $1 billion, right? But he's probably given the Scientology church 90% of it, like $900 million or something like that. So they build organizations like this, and they and they have the money to do so. And it's because idiots like Tom Cruise and my father get fucking fleeced by Scientology cult morons. And it's like, I'm sorry, do you not think for yourself?
Running into buildings and blowing past people.
I like what they're doing. I don't like these people.
Physically. They're not just getting rowdy in public anymore at someone we can all, like, agree to sneer at. They're getting close to...
Oh no, the Scientologists are mad at me. The Scientologists are mad at me. Oh no.
The physical scuffles, pretty consistent.
What are you gonna do? Blast me in the face with a shotgun? You're a Scientologist. You're not gonna do anything.
And 5 minutes of fame can be a powerful motivator for those...
That'll get you kicked out of the church. If you kill somebody up in that church or whatever, they're going to kick you out of the church, right? So what can a Scientologist actually do to you? The church pretty much like wing clips them. Right? They're like wing clipped. They're full-blown wing clipped. They can't do anything to you for doing this.
Looking to do the same without having the same due diligence others before them might have had. Like, I don't think we are at the very end of this trend, and the people working at this building are probably only getting more on edge, like our old friend Shannon, as it gets more and more hectic. And I'm afraid kind of what that could mean on both sides of the equation. I think generally most of us are against being too much of a public nuisance for the sake of content. Like, if you're just like IRL streaming, that's one thing, but trying to disturb people going about their day and actively like antagonizing them is generally frowned upon. But because this is Scientology, we just don't really give a fuck in the same way. We even find it entertaining as it gets more absurd because the organization it's happening to is something we already all agree sucks dick. But as I leave off today, I guess my main concern is how far this is going to escalate if it keeps going on. Scientology audit, that guy who would just let Scientology close their doors in his face, like he would say like really agitating stuff about them to their faces, but he would let them close their doors on his face. He'd approach these guys in public, stay outside like the private headquarters, heckle them a bit, and weather the storm of the blowback they gave him without rushing people head on, at least like, you know, in like a tent to punch kind of way. And he has already gotten a ton of Scientology going after him for that, from what I've seen. And hopefully there's a good chance the shit will peter out like most stuff on the internet does, but are we gonna go to a more serious level with this than we'd like? I guess my fear is that some rando one of these days is going to go to the Scientology building and individually attack somebody in there in an irreversible way. I'm not like saying like bloody murder is going to happen, but something closer to that I think would be ideal. With the coverage it's getting, it really only takes one out of the millions of people who have seen others do it for that to be a possibility. The other extreme is that so many people start going there at once, like en masse, that it becomes a fire hazard of some sort. I don't think it would get to crowd crunch levels unless like a bunch of people decide to just filter into a singular like 3-foot wide hallway, but the possibility does come to mind. What I will leave you with is to exert caution if you are doing this. In fact, I would say you shouldn't get involved at all. Gawk at it from home and leave it to the guys who are going to do this no matter what I said. There was probably no stopping them. And
that's always my plan. That's what I always do. I sit and watch from the YouTube screen. I'll go to protests and stuff and I'll fight for my country's rights, but I would rather sit at home and watch it on television, honestly. I'll be honest about it. I am that guy that's lazy and doesn't care.
Anyways, you sit your ass back down. Scientology speedrunning seems to me more...
I like this. I like his portrayal of it. It's funny. They pulled 40 terabytes of disturbing evidence from David's cell phone, which is just insane. The hidden insurance scam hurting millions. I should watch that. Let's watch that, I guess.
It feels like every day on the show we're talking about the fate of American democracy, the possibility.
Yeah, like there's this Iranian AI stuff is so good. I don't know if it's violation. I'm going to ask the AI, but let's go back to the history. I watched a really good Iranian AI video about from AI Iran. Yeah, it's we love Americans but not their leaders. Here we go, this thing. But I don't know if I can watch this. I don't know if I can watch this without DMCA. Can I watch... Good morning, Gemini. I am worried. I am trying to watch a YouTube video called "We Love Americans but Not Their Leadership" by AI Iran. But I'm sort of wondering if this song is DMCA or not. Will it catch me a strike on YouTube if I record watching the video and then publish watching the video? It's state-sponsored AI propaganda. While AI-generated content itself is an illegal gray area regarding who owns the copyright, YouTube's Content ID system is a different beast. Content ID triggers. If the creator of the video has uploaded it to YouTube's rights management system, your video will likely be flagged automatically. Copyright. A strike usually only happens if the owner manually submits a takedown request. Okay, because the specific video is linked to a foreign entity, the risk isn't just copyright, it's policy. YouTube is currently very aggressive about labeling and removing state-sponsored propaganda. Substantial commentary. The picture-in-picture rule. Ensure your face and your reaction are the primary focus of the screen, with the original video being smaller. Okay, I didn't know that. Maybe I should make my face bigger. Let's go to Twitch and do some market research. Who's my favorite Twitch streamer? Probably Alvius Sanctuary or something, or maybe Marky Dragon's live. Let's go look at Marky. Why am I watching a fucking commercial? So looking at Marky's face, he is revealing his chat, but he does have a big big picture. So he wants people to read the lower left corner. I don't know though. Look at all those BPOs. Jesus Christ, he's rich, and they're really good ones too. Capital cargo based stuff and all this. So follow. I don't know. I think this is DMCA. Okay, so I want to watch this. I don't want to publish it, and so I'm going to pause this. Unpause. Sorry, I'm not doing any more DMCA. I unpaused here about half an hour later.
Officially run out of ideas as fresh rumors say the studio is working on an extraction shooter.
Didn't you just do that with? No, I guess that was Bungie. Yeah, because yeah, extraction shooters are doing so well. I think Arc Raiders is, but not Marathon. After seeing what happened to Marathon, what makes you think you should turn Halo into an extraction shooter? That sounds dumb.
The one thing everybody wanted, yeah.
Extraction isn't gonna save you. It's not a genre bending crazy change like Battle Royale was. Extraction won't save you.
Even this show is going to become an extraction shooter before too long here, but in the meantime, we will dutifully report the news while we're still a news show, and there is plenty to go around on this week's Inside Games Roundup. Saros is getting rave reviews. Google's claiming that every game is already using AI, despite how much you might hate it.
Yep.
And the recently announced Gang of Dragon from Yakuza series creator Toshihiro Nagoshi could be in very serious trouble. Bruce is traveling today, that's why you haven't seen him yet, so let's kick off the news by throwing to the one man that loudly and repeatedly calls himself the Dragon of Austin, Texas after just one beer, Brian Garr.
A little 3% beer too, like a baby beer, and I'm done for the evening. Yeah. All right, let's talk about Halo first of all. Law Dog, the series apparently has backed away from a battle royale mode that nobody wanted and is trying for something different that probably nobody wants either. This is according to a report from the YouTuber Mr. Rebs, and it involves a rumored project codenamed Tatanka that started out as a battle royale tied to Halo Infinite. Now, the mode was being developed as a separate experience by Certain Affinity and 343 Industries using Halo's Slip Space engine.
Yeah, according to the rumors, the idea included familiar series touches, like maps inspired by classics like Blood Gulch and Valhalla, and players dropping in via pods. We love doing that. But the report says the concept ultimately didn't come together. That's the Battle Royale.
Yeah, and development was paused in 2022 as Battle Royale games became increasingly crowded. Not like extraction shooters. That's just virgin territory.
And so much hunger for more extraction shooters. Yes, people are clamoring, give us more. After the development was paused, the project reportedly evolved into a PvE extraction shooter called Project Ecker, this time moving to Unreal Engine as part of a broader shift for the franchise.
So when will we get this Halo extraction shooter? Well, the report says Iker's status is uncertain, with some suggesting it may now exist as a standalone multiplayer experience, while others think it has been folded into the next mainline entry.
Okay, yeah, we should note, none of this is officially confirmed.
I liked Halo Infinite, and I beat it. And I will say, I thought it was a good game. It wasn't a good game. The combat was good, but the grappling hook was a game changer. And other companies went on and tried to do it too, like Dune Awakening and stuff. The grappling hook in Halo Infinite is genuinely really good. It has a bad cooldown, but other than that, it's a really strong tool. And I really liked using the what's it called? The grappling hook in Halo Infinite. I thought it was a really good change. But in an extraction shooter, that might actually be sort of fun. Grappling around, you know?
Confirmed, this is all rumor territory. But if it's real, it demonstrates that Halo is still searching for its next multiplayer identity, which is, kind of ironic,
how do you not
considering
know
how impactful Halo was to the multiplayer genre back in the day.
That was the multiplayer console game, yeah. Although, funny postscript to this story, Halo's community director, Sketch, may have alluded to the rumor. He didn't confirm or deny, but he posted a clip of a pottery making game on X and wrote, "Exclusive report. Someone told me the next Halo game is a pottery party game. Am I doing it right?" So just having a little fun with it sounds like.
Yeah, goofing on some rumors. I like that kind of thing. The kind of thing that can't go either way, but shows that you are paying attention. Honestly, I just like Halo to be any kind of game. Just make it and ship it, please.
exactly.
This kind of thing makes a lot of sense. Studios that are just like prototyping a lot of stuff, searching for ideas, not necessarily finding them. But in the meantime, you know, the years are going by and we're not getting any more games out of it. So waiting for the perfect idea means you often don't get any game at all.
Yeah, it does feel like that perfect being the enemy of the good. And they probably do feel pressure because it's Halo to make something, you know, super amazing given the franchise's history. But I think you can get paralyzed by that. And it feels like that might be the zone they're in.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I understand that about pressure. Yeah. Well, speaking of paralysis, Google's here to tell you that almost every game studio is already using AI. Great. A Google executive says that AI is already widely used in game development, even if studios don't want to.
You guys are the best YouTube video game journalists out there. You guys are the best gaming journalists on YouTube, and I really like your work, but your work is poisoned by the terrible, terrible music that you play in the background, and I'm here to actively ask you to please, please stop. I can't stand the music that you play. Wait, what? No. God damn it. I'm using this as a dictating tool. You guys are the best gaming journalists on YouTube, and I really like your work, but I'm going to be honest with you. You are poisoning your work with the terrible, terrible music that you play in the background. Most of people that play video games are autistic and they can't handle this sort of sound warfare. Please, please, please stop. And I mean what I say too.
Admit it.
Speaking to mobilegamer.biz, Jack Buser of Google Cloud said, quote, practically every, quote, unquote, major studio uses AI tools, and its surveys, that being Google's, suggest that about 90% of developers rely on them. So it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but like most of the town has already been snatched.
Yeah, and honestly, that kind of makes sense. Just informally talking to people in any kind of work, a lot of people are starting to rely on it for a lot of kind of, you know, those tasks that just don't matter that you have to do anyway. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. But yeah, Jack Buser said that a lot of studios avoid disclosing AI because of potential backlash, and I can understand that. Buser said that tools like Gemini help handle repetitive work, which frees up teams to focus on more creative tasks, or at least that's what we'd like to believe. He pointed to Capcom as one example, saying it uses AI to generate and sort ideas for environmental details.
And then this is an ominous quote from him. He goes, I think what players don't realize is that their favorite games right now were already built with AI. That's like the last scene of Watchmen when he's like, actually, I detonated the bomb 30 minutes ago.
Capcom has acknowledged that it is experimenting with AI to improve efficiency across departments, though it has said it won't implement assets created with generative AI directly into its games. That's a pretty common line these days.
Yeah, but the push toward AI isn't just about convenience. I know you're not going to believe this, Lawrence. It's about money, too.
What?
Analysts at Morgan Stanley say AI tools could cut development costs by nearly half. And according to the analysts, unlock about $22 billion in annual profits across the industry. So it's kind of like mobile. Like, you might not like it, but it is here.
Yes, it really depends on whether or not the audience will accept it. And I think reading between the lines here, he's saying that like the audience already has accepted it because games are already being made with it. I mean, like all tools, I think those are right and the wrong way to do it. What bugs me about some of these analyst predictions about how much money AI is going to magically whip into existence is that all of them seem to take the perspective that this
is an hour long. I don't think I want to do this.
It's Josh Johnson in 3D!
That is cool.
Ooh, I'm in 3D.
That is cool.
Good popcorn.
I try not to think of like image all the time, you know, like not think about how you look or how you come off all the time. That's exhausting.
I don't like stand up.
In my opinion, it is about to be absolutely
put my green cheese away.
For singer David.
Yeah,
in the
me
case
too.
Of
Yeah,
Celeste
yeah. I
Reeves,
think
he
that
has recently been arrested. Now, before we hop into talking about this, I just want to remind you, you know, I'm hosting this. I'm on a public platform. This is an active investigation. Everything is, you know, alleged. Nothing. He's not. Yeah, there's only so much that I can say, right? But you guys in the comments that think anything about an adult man that dates a child and then kills them and dismembers them, you can say whatever you want, okay? You can say whatever you want. Now, this is actually outside of David's house. It took months and months for the LAPD to actually go in and arrest him. And I just want to remind you guys that, like, people online for a while, they were like, he's disgusting, he did it, and oh, don't even get me started, because I talked about this a while ago about whoever the girl was that put together a spreadsheet of the decomposition of Celeste's body trying to solve the murder herself. Fuck you for that. That was fucking weird. This is part of the reason why I didn't want to touch half of the David case, okay? Because, like, people were being so weird about it. If you are watching things around crime and what is going on in the world, it's important. You should know what type of people are out there. However, don't do stuff like that. But now we're actually getting information because they've been able to arrest him. Now, in my previous video, I probably said something about this. The police can find out just about anything. Every single thing that you do on your phone is recorded. When you're carrying your phone and you move 5 feet inside of your house, a prosecutor can figure that out. When you are typing something and you plan to search it, but you decide not to search it and you backspace, they can pull that off of your phone, okay? If you're doing anything illegal, you're cooked. I think what gets released is actually gonna be extremely, extremely, extremely disturbing. Look, if you're not up to date on this case, there's this singer named David who blew up on TikTok. And also, you know, this is really what kind of bothers me. Like, you know, he kind of does this little soft boy aesthetic. He makes this like music, okay, whatever, and everybody was eating it up. They're like, oh, he's so soft boy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, y'all said the same thing about Sykkuno. Okay, sorry. Anywho, David was very, very popular online, massive singer, touring, 20 million monthly Spotify listens, TikToks in the millions. Jesus Christ, before this all broke, he did the Fortnite
Approaching
anthem. It was
Stargate.
like their song for the year or whatever. That's how big David was. But David had a really big problem. Mind you, we're still at trial. We have no verdicts. Da 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 da. There's only certain things I can say. I will say this though: he's a pedophile. I'm like, dude. You know what I fucking hate? I hate that he hasn't been tried for that. So technically, I can't say it. But like, oh my god, if you're watching this, like, you need to understand this dude liked 12-year-olds. He was talking to
jumping
12-year-olds. Here's the other thing that's really, 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 really weird about David or anyone like him.
I have to step away to bring my laundry upstairs. I have to step away to bring my laundry upstairs, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'll be right back. I'm out of laundry. I meant to need my keys, but I don't know where they are. Where are my keys? Maybe on the bed.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I need laundry. We'll go outside. It's a beautiful sunny day. Go outside with me?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yes, he assaulted a child. Celeste was 12, 13 years old.
Approaching
I don't want to get
Stargate.
too caught up in...
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you. It sounds like you're muffled a 100 miles away.
Okay, I don't know. I've got the phone to my ear.
Okay, I just turned up the sound to see if that helps. All right. So, I can't believe you're being an asshole about your own seat.
How am I being an
Autopilot
asshole? I can't stand next to you, so what can I do? I can't look over your shoulder. I don't know what seat I want. I've seen the seating sections. I don't know. Just pick a random seat. I don't have a preference. I've seen that seating chart. I don't have a preference. You're gonna have to pick. I don't care. The cheapest that you can get. I don't care. Okay, then mezzanine would. I'm sorry, balcony would be better, I guess. Don't. Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Maybe closer would be better because I intend to stream this. Yeah,
Jumping.
I was under the impression you don't even get to pick. Yeah.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Balcony again. Oh, main row F. Okay. All right. So we're going to do main row F. I'm going to be full disclosure.
Autopilot jumping.
Ticket at 73. You can sit in the back of this second balcony for 49. I think if this is really important, what's $20? I say go for the $73 ticket. Should I go ahead and buy it?
No, I'll take the 49 because the balcony is maybe better for streaming because it's like a you know, an elevated view. And I don't want to spend $70 on a fucking on a podcast, you know.
Okay, all the good balcony seats I think are taken. Let's see what I can find for you. What do they say? It's good. Balcony row E. Okay. All right. Balcony row E drops to 61, so you save $12.
Okay. Thank you.
There's one seat left. Okay, row E. What I missed? So do that one, the row E,
Sure.
and the balcony.
Approaching
I don't care.
Stargate.
Okay. I'm concerned you'll be too far away.
It's no, they've got speakers and all that stuff. It's not like old style. They've got a fancy speaker setup.
Okay, we got you one ticket here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I would have done it myself. I just didn't have the money, you know.
Autopilot jumping.
I mean, if you're already signed out, just do it. Have them send it to our house or
Warp drive active.
no. I guess maybe I should do all of this and not hassle you with it. Maybe you should just do a transfer then, and I'll sign up and do all of it.
I'm putting $80 in your account, and you do it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right. Bye bye.
All right, love. Bye. I'm going to go see Philip DeFranco in Seattle, and I'm going to stream it. It's going to be fucking amazing. I'm excited.
In the semantics,
That's in August, I guess.
to miss this part, I want you to be able to carry the nuance here. David was not only someone who was sexually attracted to minors, but he also wanted to date her. He is a fully grown man that wants to date, be in a relationship with a 12-year-old. And also, I just want to mention, it is mind-blowing to me that David still has over 20 million
Autopilot
monthly
jumping.
Spotify streams as of this month. That means that for the last 3, 4, 5...
Being a bad person is like in vogue now, and it's okay to be a child molester. People don't care about Michael Jackson. They don't care about David killing his girlfriend. They don't care. It's actually in vogue to be a terrible person. You know, it's shitty. I want that to change. I don't think it will. 10 hours. I died, did I? Yeah. Maybe I should just go camp Valdunia.
Months that 20 million people have been listening to romantic songs that an adult man wrote about a child that he later dismembered. Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, that's who these people are. That's what I mean by like that it's in vogue right now to be a terrible murderer or rapist. Or our president is a child rapist and he's not in jail. It's in vogue to be a bad person right now. It's shitty. I liked it better when it was like we idolized Pablo Escobar or whatever. I don't like it now. I don't like that my president is Pablo Escobar now. It's like pretty bad.
Let's watch the f***ing press release. Now, before we hop into this, I just want to say this video right here, I have not seen this since OJ. Whatever is on this man's phone
Moving to
is
Stargate.
absolutely fine. Oh,
Warp
and then
drive
here's,
active.
sorry, Jesus Christ. I should be showing you footage. I'm just like here talking to you right now. The other thing is this. David loved gore. He loved gore discords. He loved gore websites. He loved gore videos.
Oh, he was a
now,
murderer.
many kids, especially born in the 2000s, sure, they might have poked around rotten.com or Ogrish, and they said,
I did that.
oh, I saw that. I don't want to see that again.
Mm-mm. Yeah, Faces of Death.
All right. No. This guy, liked it, sought it out. And if what they think is true, you know, he might have done something himself, right? I think that that's a pretty serious thing. On David's phone is going to be things that he would watch, things that he would search, things that he would say, sexual conversations with people
Approaching
underage, maybe
Stargate.
overage. The stuff that is on his phone is so fucking scary that they have OJ level.
Philip. What's this?
Autopilot jumping.
Okay. Edicts, City Entertainment. I think I want to
Warping to
go.
Stargate.
I think I did a
Warp
link for
drive
this,
active.
didn't I? City Entertainment or Edicts. Yeah, but getting the link is annoying.
Approaching Stargate.
There's a bar, standing room only. main floor
Autopilot
light, and that's
jumping.
the stage. I'll take the, oh no, 61, 49, 49, main floor right.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Okay, so
active.
I want to sign in, or sign up. Okay, so I'm going to sign up here. Oops, it's under my elbow. Now. I'm just signing into Ticketmaster. Give me just a sec.
Approaching Stargate.
Why that long?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops, gonna... Why are you going back to this over and over again? It's weird. Oh, because I'm clicking on the other desktop. Because you're a bad software developer and you have no clue how to make your own product. You're fucking so dumb. Fuck you, Bill Gates, and fuck you, Microsoft. Why were you the one who got all that? You're so incompetent, and you're a fucking child rapist.
Approaching Stargate.
Like all the other shitheads. Alright. Done. Okay, are we done?
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, no. Okay, I am buying tickets for...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Philip DeFranco. No, I want main floor right, actually.
Approaching Stargate.
Too close, huh? Balcony right.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, now...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
$94. Login, PayPal.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops.
Approaching Stargate.
What do you mean camera? Oh, camera not available. Okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, I bought a ticket to Philip DeFranco.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate.
Okay, I bought tickets to Crashing Out with Philip DeFranco. That's gonna be fucking amazing. It'll be a liberal hellscape. It's my kind of people. Okay. But it'll be nice to see Philip DeFranco live. I want to be able to say that I saw him.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, cool. So I just show them a barcode on that's cool. Okay. So, all right. I haven't bought a ticket to something in 20 years now or something, and it's cool. Or that's not true. I bought tickets, but yeah, but I haven't bought a ticket to a show in a long time. It's kind of cool. Okay, let's learn about David.
Outside of his home. I'm actually really glad that they took their time to collect as much information as possible and make the arrest, because for the first month or two, they made David feel like they made him feel like he wasn't that much of a suspect. So I think he talked and cooperated as much as he could. Then they kind of flipped things around. There's a lot of news reports of it, but I would like to see the press conference from the LAPD. You know what? Also, okay, here's what I'm going to say, guys. I'm going to follow this case as long as I can, because I think that it is genuinely a lot sicker than you realize.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to give you an update on this case here in just a minute. Just to give you an idea of what's going to happen here. We've got the Los Angeles County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman, and the Chief of Police, Jim McDonald, coming up.
Okay,
and,
the DA and the Chief of Police are here. They're taking him very seriously.
I will ask you when we get to any questions. There's only going to be time for just a few brief questions. So this isn't going to be a long Q&A afterwards. I'm going to ask you if you could do one at a time as much as possible so that we can hear the question, process it, and answer it appropriately. Okay. District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. With me up here is Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald. Also at this podium on the DA's side are the Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez, who oversees our special operations. We have John McKinney, who is our Director of Specialized Prosecutions. The Assistant Head Deputy District Attorney is Habib Balian of the Major Crimes Division. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman of the Major Crimes Division will be the lead prosecutor on this case. From the Los Angeles Police Department, we also have Captain Scott
Watercup said, "Are you going to make a video about this?" You're in the video.
Captain Scott Williams, who's the commanding officer of LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, the Chief of Detectives, Alan Hamilton, the Director of Specialized Prosecutions, Mike Rimkunis, and the LAPD detectives on this case, Josh Byers and Corey Farrell. Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke, the musician known as David, spelled D4VD, in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time.
Yo,
these charges.
I'm telling you, this is what you gotta watch out for, man. They are being so serious about this case in a way that I have not seen before.
So it's OJ.
This is not just peacocking to show like, oh, celebrity.
No, this is okay. So this is gonna be a big thing. They like celebrity trials. They know that it fuels their fucking media war machine of lies, and I don't think they set these things up to happen. I think they just come in with avarice afterwards, and they don't cause this, so I can't blame them for it. But they do capitalize. They come in, blood puts butts in the seats. And in the media seats, and I and that's what this is about. And we've seen this before with O.J. Simpson, JonBenet Ramsey, Rodney King. There's been a lot of instances of this, and I hate these because they always go on for 8 years. You would think by year 4, you're like, oh my God, I'm so sick and tired of this fucking news cycle. It's all O.J. Simpson stuff. It's all fucking, JonBenet Ramsey. It's all the Menendez brothers. It's all Lorena Bobbitt. It's and it just dominates the news cycle, and it's all you ever hear about. And by year 4, you're like, I want this to be over. I'm sick of the fucking news cycle. It's just the same shit over and over and over again. Like, OJ was in court today. Congratulations, motherfucker. I don't care. And and I struggle. I struggle with it. Like, this after 4 years, you realize it's going to be another 4 or 5 before it ends. And the trial's always way too long for some fucking reason, even though it's like pretty much a clear-cut murder case. The trials are always way too long because the celebrity can like just choke up the whole process with 15 lawyers and all these requests for evidence and requests for stays, and they're quibbling about the chain of evidence and all this stuff, and that took a whole year. And I don't understand, like, how is that a right to a speedy trial? It's not. It's like O.J. Simpson, he wanted it to last as long as it did because he wanted to fight the case, right? But it wasn't really fair to him. That it was not fair to him. Like, he has a congressionally mandated right for a speedy trial. And so it wasn't really fair to him for that it took 10 years. It took fucking, I believe it was like 8 years, something like that. And that's not a right to a speedy trial, whether you want it to last that long or not. I mean, honestly, it's like a violation of his rights was kind of committed in the respect that was not a speedy trial. It should have been, but it wasn't. And so, I don't know. I hate these. I hate it when they do this. They're going to spin on this for 5 or 10 years. You think Dave is just some YouTube story or whatever, or some music story, for the TMZ crowd. But no, they're going to bandy this about, and they're going to talk about how he was basically a serial killer who just hadn't gotten to work yet or whatever. They're going to talk about how he's a rapist and he killed her and all this, and and it's going to be incredibly nasty, and it'll be in all the tabloids and all the magazines and stuff. And I don't care about this guy. I didn't care about him before he did this, and I care what he did, and I don't want that happening. But I don't care about this guy. He doesn't get my attention economy. I don't care about that. I've seen so many of these that I know it's a waste of time to follow it. The lawyers will suss it all out. The cops will do their whole fucking blue parade or whatever it is they do when there's a huge high-profile case like this. But I don't want to hear. Remember the last time that we had this was the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Remember how long that went? It was like fucking 2 years or something like that. 3 years of just all day, every day, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Like Jesus fucking Christ.
Can't even get.
That was so painful, and now they're about to do it again over David. And I cared about Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp made like 100 good movies or whatever. But I don't care about David. David didn't make good music.
Away with, whatever they want. They're not just doing that. They have seen some crazy
Yeah.
And the way that the internet is going these days.
Yeah, they know it's an attention economy, and if they want their police station to have funds, they're gonna prosecute this case. So there's gonna be a bunch of problems. There's always a bunch of problems with these cases for some reason. So it's very lucky that they're not all mistrials, because the fucking kangaroo court is ridiculous. So I'm sorry, I have to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Like that little bush, huh? Yeah, it probably draws like mice and stuff, huh? Are you coming in? Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pop the store. Oh, my arm. No, I want you to start the video with the space bar, you fucking idiot software developer.
You know, there's an entire generation.
So we will be playing some Wimrose today, co-op with Begon on a Saturday. It's going to be fun. So tune in and stay. We'll be doing Wimrose like all day, I think.
Of boys that feel like life is not real and life is a game and this is all just a simulation because they're so terminally on their phones. Nothing feels real to them. David could be one of those types of kids. Also, if you got sons, man, check that phone. I don't care about no 12-year-old's privacy. Pick that phone up and start scrolling. Put some apps on there.
Of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Oh my,
that is first-degree murder with special circumstances.
Oh.
The special
You are grandstanding. It's a murder charge, you idiot. In Los Angeles, they happen every day. Thousands of them. Hundreds of them. Why are you grandstanding for this rich person? It's because there's money in it for you. So you're like grandstanding for a dude who killed his underage girlfriend.
circumstances being lying in wait.
Yeah.
Committing this crime for financial gain or murdering.
It's cockamamie, kind of. It's a murder charge. You're making mountains out of molehills. He killed his girlfriend. We know he killed his girlfriend. The evidence is there. He left the body to rot. What's difficult about this? It's not like O.J. Simpson where it's like we don't know who did this or whatever. It's pretty clear he did this. You should have an open and shut case. It's kind of weird, and you're a loser if you don't.
Bring a witness in an investigation.
If I recall, what California calls special circumstances is called aggravating factors in other states. Him being charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances would be called aggravated murder in the first degree in other states.
These special
I think so, yeah.
circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Hey, sister, wake up.
I like Bose versus the World. I think she's really good.
A musical singer that has millions of fans and was singing about his crimes is on trial and facing the death penalty. Babe, we're in the documentary. We're in the movie.
On whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time. Before I get into the actual...
I finally made it to Amar. Jesus Christ. And I have to go to Amar. Take me to Amar, Osiris. Oh yeah, Osiris family or whatever it is. I need to find that in my locations, I think. My locations should be there, but they're not. So, personal locations. I want the Amar auction house. Oh, Amar, 5 hauling agents is the Oremolf. Right. Amar's major trade hub is 2 jumps. That's good. Okay, autopilot. We'll go buy a wreath.
Charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts.
Kitty, why do you poop in the house when you've been outside for 3 hours? Go poop out there in the with
an individual under 14 years old and mutilating a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation.
I'm a fellow American. I don't want rich dudes slaughtering their underage girlfriends and leaving them to rot in the trunk of some car. I don't want that. I don't want that. And I think that's just as valid as your weird grandstanding about how you're a father. I just don't want dudes murdering their underage girlfriends. Or having an underage girlfriend, etc., etc. And I think that's fair. I think I actually have almost as legitimate of a concern as you do as a father. I don't know.
Where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back. As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true, as well.
How good of a singer could he possibly be to give him this much fucking respect? It's stupid. God damn it, man.
As the special allegations and circumstances that have been alleged. Now, back to this being a parent's nightmare. On April 23rd, 2025, as been alleged by the complaint, Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again.
Can you imagine being a girl from... I don't know what her home... I mean, I'm assuming her home life was not great. My home life wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't great. It wasn't the end of the world, and I ran away multiple times, okay? Look, sometimes teenagers that got something going on, they run away, okay? Imagine you're a kid that kind of has a...
Yeah, I ran away. Only ran away once.
Childhood, and you meet a really famous singer at 14, and he takes you to parties. He treats you like you're his girlfriend. It's such a mind for her. Like, to her, it probably had to seem like a dream, you know? And then, you know what else is crazy about this whole David thing? Some of you'll know what I'm talking about if you follow the case or you've looked at his stuff. David thought that this was art, which is so strange to me. There's a lot of tributes to her and to the possible murder. I have to say that. There's a lot of tributes, artistic tributes to it. And that's one thing that I think is really creepy. You can make art out of just about anything, but murder is not art in any capacity, you fucking weird bitch. Like, it's not, this was your inspo, bro?
On September 8th, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, Miss Celeste remains, her dismembered and decomposed remains were found in 2 bags inside of a front trunk of a car registered to Mr. Burke. Thereafter began an investigation. The investigation was to determine who killed, who murdered Celeste months and months before. That investigation was carried out in unison and in partnership between the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division and the District Attorney's Office. At every point in the investigation, through the arrest and the filing of charges, the LAPD and the District Attorney's Office have worked in lockstep. There's been no disagreements amongst these entities in deciding how to proceed with this case, ultimately leading to these charges today. So what you have as well with these charges is that, again, there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait. That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23rd, 2025, as alleged in the complaint.
I'm gonna make a crazy speculation or guess here, okay? Think of this as a bosusm. I'm putting it out into the world because I'm looking at a pattern, and I've looked at a lot of cases, and I think this is very possible. David invited Celeste over under the guise of wanting to see her, and then he murdered her. I would not be surprised if the setup for the murder itself was ritualistic in a sense. I would not be surprised if the police have evidence of him setting up things, whether it, you know what I mean? Treating it like a ritualistic kind of thing. I would not be surprised at all whatsoever.
As alleged in the complaint, at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again. The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain.
It was?
As the evidence will show in
financial
court.
gain.
Financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night.
Her mere existence.
The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness to an investigation. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint with Celeste while she was under 14 years old.
Is he trying to say that David was already under investigation for pedophilia before this happened? I feel like that is what he's saying.
With Celeste,
like somebody
while she was under 14 years old.
Or something?
I had the chance to meet with some of the family members of Celeste, and their grief is uncalculable as to what happened to their daughter. What they have demanded, what we have assured them that the District Attorney's Office, working with LAPD, would give them is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt on who killed their daughter, on how their daughter was killed, when their daughter was killed, and bring that killer to justice.
Quick note here. Here's why I think David should not get the death. It's because if David did commit this act as some type of ritualistic art in his up mind, look, dig into him a little bit, you'll see what I'm talking about, then to die by lethal injection or electric chair would be his ultimate fantasy and legacy. He would find warmth in being in the electric chair, for lack of a better term. That's some shit that he would make an album cover, okay? For him to get the death penalty would probably actually give him a greater legacy. Instead, David needs to go to jail and get the shit kicked out of him for being a pedophile and dismembering a child, allegedly. That's my argument for that. Let him live.
And bring that killer to justice. That killer that we have now charged is David Anthony Burke. We will have questions after I speak and Chief McDonald speaks. At this point, I invite Chief McDonald.
Oh my God, yes. Bradiana said, and be with Celeste on the other side. He's stick that way. Yes! Like, you can make a bad thing happen to this guy, and he'll try to turn it to, this is my story. This is my essence. Yes, this is what I deserve, and I'm gonna be on the other side with her. Give him life. Put him in gin pop. Sorry. That's why I said I can't be a judge. I can't be a judge. Put him in gin pop. Put him in there.
To speak.
Autopilot engaged.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the parents of Celeste Rivas. No parent or any human being should have to endure what you've gone through. Today, alongside DA Hockman and our partners at the LA County District Attorney's Office, and thanks to the tireless and hard work of our investigators at the LAPD, we're announcing the arrest and prosecution of David Burke for the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas. Throughout the 7-month investigation, this department has faced criticism for how we handled the case and for our decision not to provide details.
I would just like to say from the jump, I was like, everybody online, shut up and just let the LAPD handle it because they got them damn phones, okay? And look, this guy, sure, he had a whole bunch of followers and a bunch of monthly listeners. But he been a singer for three years, 3 minutes, 2 seconds, and you fucked it up already with the worst thing you could possibly do.
I want to be clear about something. My duty is not to fuel speculation. It's to deliver justice.
Yeah,
but it is.
Patience and discipline.
You are feeling speculation, though. Damn, look at H.R. Geiger in the background. Look how sharp that man's nose and eyebrows are. It's like he's a hawk.
On everybody's part.
Never mind. He's spitting. He's spitting. Say it again, young man.
I want to be clear about something.
Yeah?
My duty is not to fuel speculation.
Okay.
It's to deliver justice. And that requires patience and discipline on everybody's part.
Autopilot jumping.
This investigation was driven by a single purpose: to secure justice for Celeste Rivas and for those who loved her.
I like Bose. She's like traveling, or she apparently is a musician. She's got like a drum set and a piano sitting back there, but she is getting up and moving around a lot, and I think that's actually kind of cool.
To be certain that nothing we did or said would ever jeopardize this case.
I am so sorry, sir, that I didn't... Look, I liked the other guy's enthusiasm, but I'm loving everything this motherfucker is saying right now. Sorry, this young man.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm loving everything that he's saying, because that's fully like what... Yeah, hey, guys, sometimes justice takes time. How many of you guys have had something that ended poorly or was very difficult and stressful, and you just had to walk away from it, and years later, suddenly, without having to do anything, you end up getting your justice, or sometimes it's your revenge.
Yeah, one time I got a car stolen from me at knife point, and I never did see that guy ever again. And I recovered the car, but because they stole my phone, my backpack, and my paycheck. And my phone was in the car, and they didn't know that. So I was able to track through Google where the phone was, and I just sent the cops to my car. And I had my car back within 24 hours, which is very rare. It's fucking rare. It's rare to get the car back after it's been stolen. Usually it's joyrided and burned or you know, chopped. Or if somebody's going to steal a car, usually they have some place to take the car, you know. And so I got the car back, and I didn't think about it again. I lost my job out here as a taxi driver because of that stupid shit. And, you know, and I just lost my tenure out here, essentially. I went back to Denver, and I became a drug addict again because I lost my job. It was so fucking annoying.
Approaching Stargate.
Like 5 years later, that was in 2017, and then 5 years later, I'm like sitting in the mental health facility, and a check for $1,500 comes in, and they're like, this guy, we finally caught him, he had to pay victims fees, here's your victims fees. And I was like, oh, nice, a $1,500 check out of fucking nowhere. It was my paycheck. It was my paycheck that, you know, I lost that paycheck. It was a $900 paycheck or whatever it was. And I lost all $900 of it. They were ecstatic. They got $900 cash out of my backpack. I didn't tell them it was there, but they probably found it. And so I know they found it because they stole it. And I never thought I'd see that money ever again. It's not like the cops hand you a check being like, sorry, you got ripped off or whatever. But I mean, that's what happened though. So for like 2 years go by, this guy is working in some halfway house or something. And I don't even know his name anymore. I can't remember. I knew his name for a while, but I can't remember his name anymore. And he stole a car from me, and I still don't remember his name. That's the brain damage for you.
Autopilot jumping.
And so, yeah, and so, and this $1,500 check shows up. It's like $900 worth of the stolen paycheck. It was $500. It was a little bit more. I think it was like $1,700 something, and it was like $500 for the cell phone that he stole, and like all the other valuables in the car and all that didn't come back when they recovered the car. And all of that totaled, I think it was like 1650 something, 1608, I think it was in the end, something like that. I can't remember. And I get this nice $1,500 paycheck just comes in, not paycheck, but you know, but a check comes in the mail for $1,500 that I wasn't expecting, and that was one that was very that was a nice day. You know, I was very happy. You know, I needed that money at that time. As I recall, I believe I actually used it as a down payment, or not a down payment, but helped me absorb the cost of buying this computer. Because, you know, I just received disability, and they paid me retroactively for 20 years or whatever it was. And it was a nice paycheck, you know. It was like, I don't want to say the amount, but it was a nice paycheck. And so I was buying a computer, but that check came like, I think 10 days before I was going to buy a computer. So I put that $1,700 towards my new computer, which is now 6 years old or something like that. And so, yeah, it's 6.5 years old or something, my computer, and it's still running so well.
Much greater.
I love this computer. I'm going to retire it to my bedroom, and I just want to hope and pray that it'll keep running. And if it breaks down, I'll take it to Geek Squad and get them to reset the BIOS or whatever it is and get it running again. Because I love this computer. It's a great gaming PC. It should remain in my living room for the rest of my life. Or sorry, in my bedroom for the rest of my life, essentially, if the computer will last. And so, yeah, just weird. And that like, yeah, I got my justice 2.5 years later. It was like 2.5, 3 years later. I had completely forgotten that it had happened, and I had moved to another state. Excuse me. And this mail comes into my mom's house because they thought I still lived out here, and she's like, you got a check from the state of Washington, and I'm like, I do. And she was like, yeah, and she sent it. And it was a $1,600 check from the Victims Compensation Fund or whatever it is in the state of Washington, and it was crazy. And that's the most providence I've ever received, I believe. Just that you know, it was like it was divine providence. It was just there's $1,500 you weren't expecting, you know, and that is like, I think the luckiest, best thing that's ever happened to me. Actually, was that check arriving, and it was my money. It wasn't even like, you know, that was my money. It was like he stole my money essentially in the form of my cell phone and my paycheck that I just cashed. It was a Friday afternoon when she asked me for a ride. And, you know, and so it was my stuff that I got back, but at least I got the stuff back when I wasn't expecting it, and it was a nice little windfall.
Result.
Ms. Rivas was a reported runaway from Riverside County. During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult. On April 23rd, 2020...
And also, I know some people are going to be like, it wasn't a sexual relationship. She's a child. She can't consent. It's assault. Bitch, we know, okay? Let's not get hung up on semantics right now. This fool clearly on the same page as us.
25, Miss Rivas arrived at Mr. Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. That's the last time she was known to be alive. On September 8th, 2025, Miss Rivas's dismembered and badly decomposed body was discovered in the front trunk of Mr. Burke's impounded Tesla. From that moment forward, our investigators face an extraordinary, difficult, and complex case. The condition of her...
So if I'm murdering my underage girlfriend or whatever, I'm not doing it in a Tesla, because that fucking car stands out so much. It's like, hey, rich asshole, right here.
Remains delayed the medical examiner's ability to be able to determine cause of death.
Didn't he let the body rot for like 6 weeks?
It was that bad.
The substantial amount of time that passed between her death and the discovery meant that crucial evidence had degraded or disappeared. And as detectives worked to uncover the truth, they also had to sift through and debunk a great deal of false information
and
circulating publicly.
And bullshit, yeah.
These challenges were real, and they required patience, precision, and an unwavering commitment to the facts. Despite these obstacles, and despite intense public pressure, our Robbery Homicide Division detectives remained steadfast in their duties. They recovered and analyzed a substantial amount of digital and forensic evidence.
Oh my God, what is in there? Another reason why this is a case to watch is because it's a landmark case. Not just because he's famous, not just because of the circumstances, but it's one of the biggest cases that's gonna have the most digital evidence you have ever seen in your life. All speculation, but sometimes...
Yeah, it's 40 terabytes. How did he possibly have 40 terabytes on his cell phone? Is that like an SSD that's got like 10 terabyte chunks and he's got like 5 SSDs or whatever it is? How the fuck did he get 40 terabytes on his cell phone? Oh no, what's that? It's somebody attacking me. Well, I can't do anything. Are you gonna tackle me? No. I don't have anything. Jump, 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 jump.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Yeah, the reach jumps fast. I don't think they're gonna be able to catch me. Nice. Maybe I shouldn't maybe I shouldn't autopilot through low sec. I don't know. I think it's fine.
Sometimes when I see certain patterns, you can kind of cluster them into a certain type of personality. David is somebody that likes to have, in crime, they call it trophies that killers do. They keep little trinkets or things.
No, they're called fetish. Fetish. It's a fetish.
To remember the person that they've killed. If you know.
Well, the scientific term is fetish. When a murderer, in regards to for forensics, anyways, when a murderer keeps a trophy or a memento is another one that they call it. If a murderer keeps a memento, they call it a fetish, especially if it's a serial killer. Like they'll keep fetishes, which means like they'll keep a wedding ring of some lady they killed or that kind of thing as a reminder of what they did. Ugh.
The Krista Pike case, she kept a piece of her victim's skull. I find it hard to believe that somebody like David, that is writing all these songs about the murder, doing photo shoots post the murder. That one with the white shirt with the red blood on it, I don't know why, but I feel like that's what he was wearing. I don't know why. It's just a thought that I have. I thought that was very strange, but I find it hard to believe that he would not have taken something like body-wise, or God, this is a fucking tough case, man. Taken photos or taken videos or something like that. somebody that wants mementos for these types of things, that grew up watching gore videos, that later went on to possibly do the act themselves, has a very low probability of not documenting it.
And analyzed a substantial amount of digital and forensic evidence. They stayed focused, disciplined, and committed to uncovering the truth. Their work, in close collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, has brought us to this moment today. I want to thank the District Attorney and his team, as always, for their partnership. This case demanded coordination, persistence, and a shared commitment to justice. Also, thank you to our media partners for showing up today and for sharing this important message with the public. And finally, to Ms. Rivas's family, we cannot undo the pain you are feeling. Our hope is that today brings some measure of accountability and a step in the journey toward healing. Please know that the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully committed to seeking justice on behalf of your daughter. Thank you.
I also love that they actually met with the family.
So at this point, we'll take questions.
Anything more you can tell us about the fact that she was a witness in the pending investigation, that she reported the abuse, who was doing that investigation?
He just said, anything else you can tell us about the original investigation prior to this? Like where she was a witness.
The details of the allegations that have made, particularly with that special circumstance, will be produced in court.
Did you determine cause of death and the difficulty it was to determine both the manner, cause, and date?
So with respect to the coroner's report, we will be seeking quite quickly to provide an order to the court that now allows the coroner to release that report to the public.
This is
You believe that he acted from the BBC between the finding of the body of Celeste's body or her remains. Why has it taken so long for an arrest to be made?
I think the police chief got it right. That in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through the very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses, often who are cooperative, and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. That is what we've been doing over the last...
Whoa! I know they're not trying to say too much, but that just said a lot. Okay, listen to this really quick.
Often who are cooperative and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time.
He just said they have been talking to multiple witnesses to figure out who did what and what their mental state was at the time. This is ringing alarm bells to me. This is ringing massive alarm bells to me, because what it says to me is that a group was involved, multiple people. And of course multiple people were involved because he's famous and he can just pay people, and they probably participated in some way. And then what he says after that is the most shocking. He says, we then have to determine what their mental state was. That means that what they did was so crazy that they had to all be mentally evaluated, because when it goes to court,
my cell phone in the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, I was coerced. I was crazy. I was on drugs. I was da 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 da. This is while they were sitting in that interrogation room, it was, you did what? And what was going on that week that made you do that?
That is what we've been doing over the last, between September 8th, roughly, and today when we bring these charges on April 20th. So again, it's a type of case that you want to make sure you get maximum information. And by the way, if there's anyone out there that has material information about this particular murder or any other actions taken by Mr. Burke, please come forward to the Los Angeles Police Department, come forward to the LA County DA's office,
wow, they're really...
and report that information.
Oh, damn, that was like out of a movie. Also, if anybody like actually knew that guy, you should just turn your whole fucking phone over to the LAPD, because you don't know what they're not gonna mess with your other stuff. You have no idea what you may not be thinking of that is vital or references something else at the time, you know? Also, I know he shared locations with somebody, but actually he probably didn't take his phone everywhere.
Mr. Hoffman, there are other people who were aware of this relationship. Is it possible that you will be arresting other people within his circle, and did he act alone in this death?
Again, with respect to whether or not there's any other individuals or we're going to take any other actions, you will know about them if we do, but at this point I'm not commenting.
Do you believe that you know how she was killed, beyond it being homicide? The actual cause of death?
The coroner's report will be released shortly. Because it is not currently released, I'm not going to be commenting.
But was it determined, not that, if you won't say what it was, but has it been determined how she was killed, beyond it being homicide?
The coroner has made a determination on how Celeste died, and at the point that the coroner's report becomes public, we'll be able to comment on it.
Was there a specific record last week? Is there physical evidence that ties David to this murder?
He's going to kill me.
There is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Diamond said, imagine the producers of his music videos when all this came out, they must have been very surprised. Just to take this a little bit deeper, David clearly has a pattern of keeping mementos through his work, whether it be photos, concerts, songs, or whatever, of the things that he's done. For example, this murder. Lots of people online, look, people online are wrong about some stuff, they're right about like some. A lot of the music is for sure about this little girl, 100%. And what's really interesting about that is that means that he was trying to translate what he had done into art. I would not be surprised if there are messages to set designers or producers or artists or people on his team where he said something that was really, really weird, but he thought that it didn't matter because it's going to this producer or it's going to the set designer of like what he wanted. But if it correlates to something that happened in the case, that is now evidence. The amount of stuff that this kid did not think of that is going to be on that phone will shock you. And that is exactly why I want to talk about this case. Half of my channel is about people that present one way and underneath it, they are all this. Because for very much of my life, I did not believe that was real. I thought that everybody is who they say they are. It's my naivety. That's why I run this channel, okay? So this reporter asks, through the investigation, are you able to tell us exactly what the smoking gun is?
Charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Only a couple more questions.
Yes.
Your investigation, and just to his question, are you able to tell us exactly what the smoking gun is? And also, if you can address the issue of his visit to Santa Barbara, and that, how does it connect with the murder?
So with respect to the actual details of the evidence we're going to be presenting in court, I'm not going to do that today. As far as the concept of a smoking gun, the smoking gun is the totality of the evidence that we're going to bring to prove any case, whether it's this case or any other, beyond a reasonable doubt.
I want to see the arraignment video. I got a question for you guys. Do you think that if David is tried and convicted of this, whether it's life, death penalty, whatever it may be, do you think that they should wipe his music off of like Spotify and the internet? And I mean, this is a serious question. Like, look, you guys in chat, I know a whole bunch of you guys are about to say yes. As a society, what are our rules going to be around stuff like that, you know? Yeah. Because I think it creates copycats. That's what I think is really dangerous. I think the people that are still listening to him are like romanticizing or idolizing or defending him in some way. And
autopilot jumping.
Really, the reason why they're doing it, like let's say that it's a lot of boys that are for some reason defending David. It's because something is wrong and they feel some kind of connection or feel like he represents them, which is like horrifying. Let's address that. Let's figure that out. I don't even know. Bitch, I don't even know what to do with that, but that's for sure what's happening. Like they recognize something in him that they recognize in themselves. Yeah. And if anything, it should be a warning, not a rabbit hole to go deeper into.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Dagnarski, and Regina Peter on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Sullivan to the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights.
That's him in the
and
back.
plead not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors.
Yes, Your Honor.
And requesting a preliminary hearing within the hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently...
Why did you
there have
kill
been
your
former-
girlfriend, you fucking psycho? What the fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with these people? It's the internet and the music and the psycho bullshit and the gore stuff. It's all of it. It's all of it creates this weird sicko. 40 terabytes.
It's Josh Johnson in 3D!
No, it isn't.
Autopilot jumping.
Have you ever wondered what it might be like to live an average life in the land of Skyrim from the hit 2011 video game Skyrim? Like if you had to work a Skyrim job, live in a Skyrim house, and eat Skyrim food, what would that look like? I wanted to figure that out, so I came up with a little experiment. I'm going to live for 3 straight weeks in Skyrim. I mean, I'm gonna pick the most average job and do it every single day for hours at a time. I'm gonna pick the most average house and go back there every single night to sleep. I'm even going to purchase real-life foods that match what I'd actually have available to me in Skyrim so that I have average Skyrim nutrients flowing through my body.
What do you mean? There's no Corona in Skyrim, you idiot. Who buys Corona Light? That's got to be the worst, most dumb loser beer in fucking history. Who the fuck drinks Corona Lights? Fucking pussy.
Approaching
Body. And I'm not just going to do...
I'm sorry. Yeah, Corona Lights are fighting words for me. That's fighting words.
Do this casually. In order to get completely detached from my reality and completely locked into Skyrim's, I'm gonna black out every window in my house, cover up every clock, and do the entire thing in one sitting. Which, because Skyrim's day-night...
You should have done it in VR. Why not VR? It's sort of dumb. Yeah, there's some 5,000 plus hours Skyrim fan doing this in VR for the love of the game. Yep. Wow.
Cycle is 72 minutes long.
What's in your hair? It's hair clips.
Is going to take more than 24 straight hours. Now, before we can just dive into the challenge,
why are you wearing hair clips?
We have to figure out the 2 main aspects of an average life in Skyrim: where we're going to live and where we're going to work. For work, there were a few possibilities I considered when trying to pick the most normal life. Town guard seemed like a common job, or I could be a bartender at a tavern, kind of like we did for Cyberpunk. But after reading a little bit about the world of Skyrim and the type of society it is,
oh yeah, I remember this guy.
It became clear what the obvious choice was. Skyrim is set in a world
lumberjack
that's roughly based on Viking Age Scandinavia, which was around 1,000 years ago, and at that time upwards of 80% of people worked as farmers. It was definitionally the most average job. Technically, it wasn't really farming in the way that we think about it now. Life was structured a lot differently back then than it is today, but the point is that they worked the land. They planted crops, they raised animals, they harvested food and sold it at the market. It was the backbone of medieval life, and it's undoubtedly the theoretical backbone of Skyrim life as well. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to be a farmer. As for where we're going to work specifically, there are roughly 18 farms to pick from all across Skyrim and its DLCs, depending on how you draw the line. But the one I settled on was a little place called Battleborn Farm, just outside of the city of Whiterun. I picked it partially because it's in a recognizable area, but also because it has a great variety of things to do, including crop harvesting, animal husbandry, farming and log splitting. It's also fairly close to a source of fresh water, which is important to me because I'll literally only be drinking water in real life when I can access water in the game. Now, in terms of where we'll actually live, the reality of being a farmhand in this era was that we would probably just be given some kind of crappy bed or bench to sleep on inside the farmhouse itself, along with all the other workers. In this case, the farmhouse is pretty small, but it does have just enough room for me to throw down a sleeping bag in the corner to serve as a bed for the next 3 weeks. There's also only one other worker who actually lives here, a lady named Gwendolyn, whereas in real life you'd be living with upwards of a dozen other people depending on the size of the farm. Little did I know, Gwendolyn and I were going to be getting to know each other really well over the next 3 weeks. Do you have a nice day today, Gwendolyn? Was it fine? All right. We're going to structure this challenge in 3 distinct segments to represent the actual work-life balance of medieval life, with each segment lasting 1 full week in the game. And at the end of each week, we will get a day off from work. Our first week is going to be spent getting acclimated with farm life, establishing our routines, getting to know our coworkers, and preparing for winter. The second week is going to be winter. And during winter, we will spend all week, which could be upwards of 6 or 7 real-life hours inside of the farmhouse in order to survive the harsh temperatures, just like you would actually have to do as a real peasant. And then the last week is going to be us coming back out into the world, harvesting our crops, and at the end of everything, we're going to attempt to push all of our crops into the city of Whiterun in a cart in order to sell them for money that we can use to have a huge feast at the end of the challenge. And if you know anything about these carts in Skyrim, you'll know that they can be a little squirrely. Well, I guess let's go get that. I finished taping up my blackout curtains, covered the last of my clocks, locked the door to my office, and prepared for one of the longest 24-hour periods of my entire YouTube career. My challenge began at 7 a.m. on Monday in real life and 7 a.m. on Morndas in the game, which is basically the Skyrim equivalent of Monday. I woke up in the farmhouse earlier than my coworker did, so I took the first hour of the day to have breakfast. And breakfast, in this case, means stew, vegetable stew. I had actually prepped this stew the night before, and it consisted of all the vegetables that were actually available at the farm that we'd be working, including potatoes, leeks, tomatoes, cabbages, squash, beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, whatever. Now, if you're an avid listener of my podcast with fellow YouTuber Memoria, you'll know that I hate stew. In every case, would it not be better if you just took away the broth and just ate the shit that was in the bowl? So the idea that I was going to be eating this stew for every meal over the next 24 real-life hours was pretty brutal, but that's what an average peasant would do, so that's what I'm going to do. Now, to my surprise, the stew that I made was actually halfway decent. That's okay. This was shocking to me because I intentionally did not look up how to make a stew before the challenge because I felt it would be more realistic if I just vibed it out like a farmer. And thankfully, I guess stew just isn't that hard to make, which is maybe why it was so ubiquitous in medieval life. You also might notice that the portion of stew I'm having here is extremely small. It's actually a 1/20th sized portion, and all of the food that we're going to eat today is going to be 1/20th sized portions. The reason for this is that the time scale of Skyrim is 20 times faster than the time scale of real life. So in order to make sure that we match our real life hunger cycles to the hunger cycles of our Skyrim peasant character, we have to adjust the portions of food so we can eat equally.
I think you should play Rust. Well, I don't know. He did get 1 million subs off of this, so maybe he is doing what he should do.
As often as our character would without stuffing ourselves to the point of exploding and dying. This also means that I will be eating plain vegetable stew roughly every 20 minutes for the next 24 hours, but we'll deal with the consequences of that later. After finishing breakfast, we headed out the door for our first day of working the land, and the first thing that struck me was just how nice of a view we had. The tallest mountain in Skyrim was right in our field of view. There was a beautiful river right across the road. There's the wide open sky. Skyrim is just a beautiful game. Felt like it was going to be a great place to be a peasant, but no lollygagging. I had to figure out what we were going to do for work every day, so I walked over to our only co-worker Gwendolyn and tried to get a sense of what I should be doing. Hello, ma'am. How are you? Man, she is looking right at me. I feel like that look is telling me I should be doing something else. I'm going to do a lap. How about that? I'll do a lap and sort of get the lay of the farm. So one of our options is obviously to stand here and just help till the earth for these leeks while our boss stares at us menacingly, but I decided to do a lap around the whole farm first and get a sense of what other options we had as well. And
that's a good place
there
to
were
live.
not as many as I thought there might be. We had some chickens over here to the north. There was a cow that we could hang out with a little pen down here. There are leeks and gourds growing up here, as well as wheat in its own area next to that. But the only actual gameplay activity on the farm is here with the wood cutting log, which we will use to gather firewood for wintertime.
How did he get an aerial view of this? Is it like AI generated? Oh no, I guess you could do creative mode maybe. Or no, you could, yeah, you can no clip. You can no clip with the Skyrim editor, yeah.
But aside from that, our world here is pretty small, which means our days are just going to be a lot of walking around, pretending to tend a farm in a video game. We're going to be just punching all the plants. After a few hours of working, to my surprise, another worker showed up that turned out to be Gwendolyn's sister, and I immediately started talking to them like they were real human beings. Okay, hey, you work here too, huh? I'm Austin.
This war's as stupid as our feud with Clan Grey Mane.
Oh, we talking politics at work now?
Need something?
No.
Unlike the rest of my family, I've got work to do.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know if I like this guy that much. I think I'm going to get off him.
Did you forget I was there? You were on speakerphone that night. You called Danny on February 21st, 2001. I heard everything. I heard the plan, and in my opinion, you're just as sick as your mentor. February 21st, 2001 was the day Ashley Ellerin was murdered.
Diddy party stories, they're our favorite genre of anecdote, if you really have one. Yeah. Wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell.
There's celebrities who rise and fall, sometimes slinking off into obscurity. And then there's celebrities who instead reinvent themselves. Ashton Kutcher is the latter. He didn't just build a career out of a persona that he built multiple careers out of multiple identities. The Abercrombie model, the breakout star on that 70s show alongside Mila Kunis and Danny Masterson, the early 2000s face of iconic movies like Dude, Where's My Car and Just Married, and who could forget he was the prank king of MTV with MTV's Punk. But some people don't know, Punk'd. Maybe you didn't, maybe you did. He was also a major Silicon Valley investor, backing Uber and Airbnb.
If this thing existed then, my dad, who worked his ass off in a factory every single day just to make ends meet, could have felt that pride of being able to take his family on vacation.
He was an activist who started Thorn, a nonprofit that uses technology to supposedly protect children online. And for a long time, every persona worked. But when people started to actually look into the different personas a little more closely, things didn't fully add up. First of all, his friendships start raising questions. He was friends with Hollywood elite like Harvey Weinstein. Then, of course, who could forget Les Moonves, who's all up in the web, and Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Also, the many Scientology friends who orbited around that 70s show, including now convicted beepist Danny Masterson. After people started looking at that, the cracks really started to show, and even broader conversations started creeping in, like the continued speculation around the death of Ashton's one-time girlfriend, actress Brittany Murphy. Her official cause of death was ruled to be pneumonia, but her untimely and inexplicable passing still to this day fuels speculation and unanswered questions. And beyond his friendships, once you start looking at his career, the way that he made money, the way that he made a name for himself through a microscope, things start to kind of stink. This is a story about transcendence from celebrity, when the personas keep reinventing themselves for power, proximity, public relations. Ashton Kutcher's story is what happens when people stop taking the facade for face value and start asking questions, inspecting a little closer. Or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. Ashton Kutcher's rise works very well on camera because it does begin as a nearly perfect American legend. Ashton Kutcher is a homegrown hero as far as we're concerned, and everybody wanted to root for him. He was born actually Christopher Ashton Kutcher in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He was raised in a working class household outside of the traditional pipelines into Hollywood. As far as we're told, he had no industry connections, no legacy advantages, and no obvious shortcuts.
Oh, but he's like an Adonis, or is it Adonis? Yeah, Adonis. I forget how you pronounce it, but he was like an Adonis to young women. When they look at him, they cream their panties. That will open any door. The same is true of women. If you are a perfect 10 and you cause every man around you, maybe even your own father or whatever, to pop a boner, you can open any door. You can get into any club. You can take any job. You have no limits. Beauty is the most powerful thing. It is the most compelling force on the planet, even more so than rocket engines and stuff like this. It is. And yeah, and he was a male Adonis when he was like 22. And the women, I had girlfriends who were weak to him, like women that would talk about Ashton Kutcher, the same way that we would talk about Jenny McCarthy, you know.
Instead, what defines Ashton's early...
I remember Jenny McCarthy's Playboy. I had it, and I wish I still did. Fuck, she had an amazing body.
Life and, of course, early career.
And she's my age, so I don't really feel that weird, you know, like talking about her.
Is hardship, particularly through his relationship with his twin.
See, it's weird. You wouldn't think that he would be a male Adonis at the age of 22, but people's physique and face change every 7 years or so. They say every cell in your body has completely morphed into something else, and so, you know.
Brother Michael. Michael had severe health complications growing up, including the need for actually a heart transplant.
No, he does have those puppy dog eyes that women go for.
This isn't just a small detail of Ashton's story. This is something that ended up kind of defining him decades later, even to this very day. In interviews, Ashton describes feeling guilty. He describes feeling protective over his twin brother. He describes how his perspective was shaped by his experience.
I'm like, how do I get to be this lucky? And for my brother to have, like, be born with cerebral palsy, then have a heart transplant, then have this random blood clot, like these things that are just like, how do I get to be this lucky? And there was a moment in all of this where I moved to New York and was like starting to get some traction with my career, and Mike came out to visit and stay, and he looked at me and he said, every time you feel sorry for me, you make me less. And he said, this is the only life I've ever known, so stop feeling sorry for the only thing I have.
Yeah.
That then created an entire shift back to where I think we are today, which is no, just straight up equals again. Like, that's it.
Why did you drift apart?
Jealousy, for sure. At least on my part.
Eventually, this narrative would become, like I said, foundational, not
accepted.
No, just straight up equals again. Like, that's it.
Why did you drift apart?
Jealousy, for sure. At least on my part.
He was jealous.
Eventually, this narrative would become, like I said, foundational, not just to his own identity, but also how Ashton is perceived by all of us today. And it helped him to launch his eventual very many personas. But before Ashton was ever a Hollywood fixture, there was Iowa. He worked odd jobs just like us. He attended college at the University of Iowa, and he briefly studied engineering. Christopher's life was completely normal and ordinary until a chance encounter at a local bar that eventually turned Christopher's life upside down. The chance encounter marked the beginning of Christopher's transformation into the Ashton we think we know today. So that transformation, like I said, began in the late 1990s when young Christopher was approached at this local bar and asked if he was interested in modeling. After that, it was pretty much a whirlwind. He won his first local modeling competition, and after that, he entered full force into the commercial fashion world. He quickly became the face of Calvin Klein and Abercrombie & Fitch. And these brands, especially at the time, but just kind of in general, these aren't just, oh, we're selling clothes. These brands were selling a lifestyle. Not just any lifestyle. If you're familiar with it at all, Calvin Klein and
douchebag preppy. It was a lifestyle. I hated it. They're the ones that. Okay, so if you're a skater or a punk rocker or a metalhead or like a mod, you hate the preppies. You hate them. They're like these rich kids who never have to struggle. They get bailed out whenever they do something bad. They don't face the same, punishments from the principal or whatever. They always are dressed well. They always get the most beautiful women because they have the money, right? And it sucks, but it is something true about the human race. It's like money is the greatest sexual attractor, I would say. And so, for both genders, honestly. And yeah, and it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Abercrombie and Fitch both had a very specific, hyper-sexualized version of American youth culture. Abercrombie and Fitch, at its heyday, was part of a much larger corporate ecosystem controlled by this guy, Les Wexner, one of the most powerful figures.
One of the most evil men. He was in the Jeffrey Files a lot. He's probably the Palpatine for Jeffrey Epstein. If Epstein was Darth Vader, we want to know who the head vampire is. We're thinking it's Les Wexner. At least that's what they're saying about the Jeffrey Files.
In American retail, possibly ever. But not only that, Les Wexner has recently come under fire for his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But through his company L Brands, Les Wexner oversaw companies like Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, and many other American mall staples that shaped how young people at the time, youth, sexuality, and aspirational identity were marketed at a large scale. The aesthetic, it kind of came across as easy and breezy and carefree, but it was entirely constructed, manufactured, and engineered. Not only was it entirely constructed, manufactured, and engineered, but it was constructed specifically to be provocative and salacious and sensual and use a certain type of look of models to get that look to come across and to get the aspirational lifestyle of it all to come across to us. Abercrombie's campaigns blurred the line between mainstream retail and something a little more curated and exclusive, slightly more editorial than typical mall fashion, but they were in malls. We all remember it. We were there. So Ashton Kutcher, the Abercrombie model, embodied the exact qualities on the nose that brand pushed. Athletic, playful, accessible, authentic. You might be able to see someone like that at your local football game. Traditionally attractive, broadly appealing, without being polarizing, nothing too weird, nothing too bleached brow.
I hate men like this. They hide from style. They hide from detection. They dress well, so they do well with the women, and they often have button-down jobs and not very interesting lives. And honestly, to me, they represent mundanity. They're the mundane. They're the guy with the mortgage and the 2.3 kids and the house and the car.
At the time. But most important,
one of my best friends, he's like this, but he also is like this crazy metalhead. He's good at math and he's good at stereo stuff, and he has a very breakout personality. But his actual reality is one of these preppy douchebag like deal sort of lives. That's the sort of life he had. He never had to struggle. His parents took care of him. When he was like 33, my mom creamed her panties for him because she found out that he is the only person that I know who has actually managed to buy a house. And he did this by working at a button-down bank job for 15 years.
Importantly,
I was there when he got the job originally. I was there to drink with him and celebrate and stuff. And there he was 15 years later buying. He didn't buy a house. He bought a duplex, which is a two-part like a two-sided apartment with usually either a shared walk-up or full-blown shared door between the two. And he had this idea since high school, I guess, and his father had suggested it to him, and he liked the idea, which was don't ever pay rent ever again. Buy a duplex, live in one side, be the landlord, make sure that everything's copacetic and all that, and rent out the other side of the duplex to somebody else for the amount of money it costs to pay the mortgage on the duplex, right? Or the payments on the duplex. and the cost of living and all that. And because his father was able to help him co-sign on, you know, buying a duplex and put the family at some financial risk or whatever, but he was a safe bet. At least at that time, he was a safe bet. When he was younger, he liked cocaine. He had a cocaine addiction. But when he was older, you know, he did pretty well. And it must be nice. It just must be nice to have a father who's willing to co-sign on a duplex. And, you know, it must be nice to be able to keep a bank job for 15 fucking years. I just never had that kind of discipline or that kind of calling or that kind of, you know, that kind of desire to work a fucking dead end normie job like that all my life. But, you know, by the age of 33, my friend A, he owned his own duplex, which is insane. And as I recall, I think he actually ended up marrying a girl who rented out the other side of the duplex, and they just ended up. And I think that's the story too. He ended up he had a bunch of tenants over the years, like for like 10 years or something. When he was like 36 or something, one of the women who was renting from him ended up being his wife. And yeah, the duplex even brought him a marriage,
Autopilot
you know.
jumping.
And I love my friend, and I'm jealous of him, but also I just, you know, being from the lower, I'm not from the lower class. My mother did have money. She's upwards, you know, she's always been middle class to upwardsly mobile, or even rich. I mean, she did have at one point in her lifetime $7 million. You know, she has been rich in her lifetime, and she owned Mercedes and in a mansion and stuff. And like, I was raised with the silver spoon in my mouth, but only during the years when it didn't matter. Like the only thing I benefited from that was like fancy toys. But by the age of 14, we were poor and living in either like struggling as a middle class or just full blown lower class and living in a garage and eating dollar, you know, microwave meals and stuff, and from the dollar store. And I've seen it all, and I've come to realize that almost everybody else I know, they got some kind of leg up from either their parents or like even a college tuition, college loans. I got college loans, but then they kicked me out of the school for non-completion for no reason. Like, you know, all this other stuff. And I did catch a few breaks in my lifetime, but I mean, I always had the struggle to get, if I wanted to get high, I had to go work a job, you
Docking
know.
permission requested.
And these people aren't like that. They're the
requested.
kind of people. They're the kind of people to keep like $3,000 in their bank account so they can always buy something if they need. I've never had more than, I think, $100 in my bank account my whole fucking life.
Docking
Even when
permission
I was,
requested.
even when I was a drug dealer, I worked in cash, and I did have sometimes at certain days like up to I think $3,300 cash for the re-up and stuff like that, and it was kind of scary to have that much money, you know. But
Autopilot disabled.
that's nothing to people like to people like my friend A. It's nothing. It's like a normal thing for him because they've never had. Well, he had a drug addiction, but he never had a problem with it. He's never had a problem with a drug addiction. He's never had poverty. He's never had an eviction. He's never not been able to pay rent and traded his cat for rent or any of those other problems that I had to face. And so while I don't resent him for having a nice life, I do say must be nice to actually have help, you know. I feel like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons. I do feel like that. I have I'm not an orphan. I have a good mother, and I did grow up with a good family. But you know, but by the age of 14, I felt like Frank Grimes, like that I was in it for myself and my mother. That's it. And that, you know, and if I wanted anything, I was going to have to work for it. And marriage probably isn't the sort of thing that I would have probably, you know, conformed to, because it implies a level of solidarity, not solidarity, what's the word I'm looking for, a level of stability that I've just never had. I've been this drunken, crazy, you know, Jim Morrison drug poet for like ever since I was a teenager, and I just don't live normie lifestyles ever. I'm still not doing it, right? And so, yeah, and so it must be nice. It must be nice to get help. You know, I think like more, yeah, you know, Ashton's family probably really helped him reach what he wanted to reach.
Ashton was willing.
My mother did tell me she was going to pay for college, but when it came time to actually sign the paperwork on going to college and all that, she reneged, and she was like, "No, I know I promised you to pay college all your life, but you came at such an inopportune time. I'm facing bankruptcy." And I was like, "No problem, that's okay. I understand that. That's not your fault." But you know, and so in the end, my mother was a good parent. She raised me well, and she took care of me, and she's never been a bad mother. I've never said that about her. And she did give me a leg up a bunch of times, but not any, like, I think probably the greatest thing she's ever done for me besides give me life is she bought me a Mazda Protege one time, for like for like $3,200 or something like that. And I believe that was like the greatest thing she's ever done to me is she got me an old used car. Because, well, besides like just feeding me and doing all the stuff that you do for kids, all the daily upkeep and all that, but like for big ticket, like I want to get my kids something. I didn't really. I mean, when I was a kid, she did have the money and she did treat me like that. But by the age of 14, I knew that if I wanted to get high, I would have to work. If I wanted to pay rent, I would have to work. If I wanted help, I would have to build the friendship and family myself. It wouldn't be like they would be there and helping me like in the off time or whatever. And yeah, and it must be nice. It must be nice to have support and work this lifetime with some sort of. I mean, my mother is a safety net. She's always been she's always been a safety net for me. But so I'm not working without a safety net. I'm not trying to bring her down or try to degrade, denigrate her in any way. I'm just saying, like, she also felt the same. I talked to her about it the other day. Her whole life, she felt that if she didn't get out of small town Omaha, Nebraska, and become some kind of crazy executive or something, she was going to end up like her family. And so she's been running from small town bumpkin life her entire life. And that's how she ended up being rich. Is she just chased her dreams with a fervor that you see out of like athletes or musicians and stuff like that, because she just didn't want to go back to small town Omaha. She hated it, and she hated her parents too. And so she didn't hate her father, excuse me, but she hated her mother. And uh yeah. And I don't know, it's just weird. It's like getting a leg up is a nice thing. That's what families are for. And I did have that until I was like a teenager. But past that, there was times when she invited me to come live in her house or her apartment and stuff and help me out when I really, really needed it. There was times when she flew me home from places that I was stranded at or bailed me out of jail and stuff. She's always been a very good mother. She's always taken care of me like to the utmost extent. But other people, they benefit from their family more. Other people get like really much more powerful safety nets and support systems. One of the things I like about Latino culture is they're very, very family oriented. So you know that if you're dating a Latino girl, you know that you're also dating her family, basically. You've got to treat her right, or her family will find out and beat your fucking ass, and I've dated Mexican girls. It is sort of like that. And and I like that because it's, maybe I'm being racist and stereotypical, but I mean, I'm trying to be complimentary. And, but I never had that. I never had that safety net, not really. I never had support. When I went to jail, I would stay there for like 2 days before somebody would find out or whatever, because nobody really like was around that deep for me. My best friend was at times, and so was my aunt, and so was my mother. But oftentimes I view that like this life as a solo battle, which is fucked up. It's fucked up, frankly, but I do view this life as a solo battle. And I mean, that sucks, but I mean, that's how I feel about the human race. Sorry, I'm off camera. I slid down again. God damn it. Ouch, my arm. Sorry. What was I gonna say? I love my mother. She was a good mother. She supported me and stuff. But I've always felt like, what's the word? Disconnected or separated from. No, I'm paralyzed, and that's very bad. I'm going to die, maybe. I will sprint for the zone before I die. There we go. Oops, I have to turn in, huh? Are you on me? You shouldn't be on me. And I think like it must have been nice to grow up in a normal middle class family. Must have been nice to have that Hollywood money. Must have been nice to have a brother. It must have been nice to have a father who cared, etc. You know, I think, boy, it's not like I have it harder than other people. I don't, but it definitely was a harder struggle. You know, I don't have it harder financially than other people. I'm doing okay. But the struggle was harder. The struggle my whole life to do all this was harder. I had to do it with the help of friends as opposed to help with family. Like every time that I ever moved, I did it by myself. God damn it. You're going to kill me, are you? Oh my God, you instant killed me. The Blizzaga instant killed me for 210. Jesus fucking Christ. I keep dying. I don't remember these things paralyzing so fucking badly, but now they do. I don't know. Please start the video. Why are you acting like this? Stop this.
To take his clothes off for these ads. I mean, there's picture proof of it. Because of these attributes, because of his willingness and all of that, he fits so well within the brand of Abercrombie. He wasn't really just modeling clothes. Like I said, he was participating in an industry that was selling a lifestyle to us.
Yeah, like
manufactured.
God damn it. Please stop. Please stop. For fuck's sake, what is your problem? Like, why are you alt-tabbing over and over and over again? It's some kind of fucking Windows fuck up. Kill the Final Fantasy client.
Now, looking back on it in hindsight, of course, it's obvious and it's clear. And at the time, we had no idea because we were mostly kids. Put on top of that, years and years later, Jeffrey Epstein, who had a long documented financial and personal relationship with Les Wexner, would become the center, Jeffrey Epstein, would become the center of the most scrutinized scandals involving elite networks of wealth and influence and other things unspeakable. Later investigations would confirm that Jeffrey Epstein had significant control over aspects of Les Wexner's financial affairs for years. This would include acting as Les Wexner's power of attorney, handling aspects of his life and finances, and their relationship, according to reports, extended well beyond a casual association. Now, I do want to be very clear, there was a recent deposition.
They were hooker buddies. They would go fuck hookers together. Ugh.
In which Les Wexner had...
And by hookers, I mean underage children.
Stargate.
Ugh.
To answer questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and he kind of downplayed their relationship.
And I know that you specifically mentioned the island that you have been to Jeffrey's Island. Do you recall seeing any of those persons that Jeffrey Epstein would name drop while you were on his island?
No, nobody was there but Abigail, myself, Jeffrey. Maybe somebody cutting grass or something.
So according to Les Wexner, they weren't really that close, him and Jeffrey Epstein. But according to pretty much anything else and every other source and all the other reporting, and the fact that we do have a financial paper trail connecting them to each other, it seems like they weren't just business acquaintances. You can decide what you want to believe. I also want to be very clear too, there is absolutely no verified evidence I was able to find that places Ashton Kutcher in Epstein's activities. Maybe his name was mentioned in the file somewhere, but it wasn't like any direct link to Ashton Kutcher. And there's no credible reporting that directly links his modeling work to Epstein either. But his name does appear, like I said, a few times in the Epstein emails and the Epstein files. So, you know, I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying Ashton Kutcher knew Epstein or anything like that. I'm just trying to say he was a model for Abercrombie and Fitch. That company was owned by Les Wexner, and Les Wexner has ties to Epstein. The broader context, though, does matter because Ashton's early career exists inside a corporate cultural ecosystem, especially that he was specifically a model. Years later, we're now re-examining this whole ecosystem through the lens of Epstein's connections to Wexner and various elite social networks. I'll put a little picture right here of my webbing where I had that first little Les Wexner. This is before the files even came out. So eventually Ashton moves on from fashion modeling and becomes an actor. He landed a
Approaching
leading
Stargate.
role on the cultural juggernaut That 70s Show, and he got the role in 1998. He had a starring role as a character named Michael Kelso. The show aired on primetime network cable, so this role really did mark Ashton's transition from obscure niche Abercrombie model on, maybe on a bag on somebody's book at school or whatever, book cover, to a household name, and he proved to be mainstream viable. Now, beyond just the fact that That 70s Show was very successful commercially, the series created a long-term professional and social network among its cast members. The cast members included a man by the name of Danny Masterson. Another cast member was Mila Kunis, who is to this day, right now, at this time sitting here recording this video, Ashton Kutcher's wife. His wife he's married to today. He met.
I can't believe they got married. It's so cheesy. It's like marrying your boss or something.
On this show as a cast member. So years later, his relationship to Danny Masterson and Mila, I guess, would haunt his carefully curated image. First, rumors started to circulate about Ashton cheating on his much older wife at the time, Demi Moore, with a much younger
Autopilot
castmate, Mila Kunis.
What?
Then, Danny Masterson's deep involvement in Scientology began to surface. The Church of Scientology would cast a long shadow over the entire That 70s Show cast and production that lasts to this very day.
Yeah, it did. I really love Laura Prepon. Laura Prepon, she's such a good actress. But and the last thing we saw her in was Orange is the New Black. And she was such a good actress in that, actually. But she's a Scientology nut. She let the cult go straight to her fucking head. Laura Prepon is her name.
Approaching Stargate.
And yeah, this lady, the redhead, she let Scientology take over her entire life and swallow her up whole. And she gives them all of her money and all that shit. It's like having a pimp it's like having a pimp, except you're not a hooker or whatever. It's kind of crazy. It's like the church pimps you out and takes 90% of your income. And she let them do that for years and years and years. She probably gave them like $50 million, which is insane. Why would you give the cult of Scientology a $50 million? He probably gave them more. I think they all gave them millions. And I mean, man, I should make a cult. I should start a cult of Skycat and call it Skycatology or whatever. I should start a cult. There's so much money in it. You can just tell them to give you 90% of everything they make, and they will.
And again, because I ain't trying to get sued by anybody, and because the truth is very important, I want to be very
I don't care about being sued by these fucking people. If they want to draw attention to me with a lawsuit, they can go do that. In this world of like, I'll say I'll say kill the president. I don't care about that. If they don't like it, fucking sue me, right? We have we have a right to free speech. And so I don't care if these people don't like it when I call them Nazis or traitors, or I declare that they've killed their girlfriend or whatever. I don't care. I don't care to use the word allegedly, because if they sue me, that could only benefit me. It will draw attention to me. I might lose the case, but I mean, I don't have any money, so what could they possibly take from me? So it's like, if anyone would ever sue me for the words that I say, that could only probably really benefit me. It would only draw attention to my stream. That's it.
Ashton himself never admitted to joining Scientology, but they do have these pictures from 2003.
Yeah, you can't get in to hang out with Scientology people unless you're in the church. Now, you might be a really minor member that's just there because he's a friend of one of the other Scientology members, but you do have to be a member of the church and do the intake and do the e-feet reading and all that stuff. And yeah, he probably was Scientology. He probably still is.
On Getty Images, girl.
I don't think some Scientologists get out and break out of that fucking mold, but I don't think the celebrities do. I think the celebrities stay there their whole lives and give them $90 million or whatever it is. It's so dumb.
It's him right there, and the rest of the cast of that.
Yeah, look at this. It's like the cast. Why is the cast of That 70s Show at a Scientology thing? The Celebrity Center. Oh my God, it's so cheesy.
70s show at the Scientology.
Why is was Fez a Scientologist? Why is Fez in this mix? I always assumed he had better sense than that. He was the only one of them. Well, no, she's not an idiot, but all the rest of them. And then Laura Prepon's not an idiot, but he is an idiot. He is an idiot. I didn't think Fez or Mia or Laura were idiots, but I think these two were.
Celebrity Center Christmas.
They were known for doing dumb movies about idiots, like Dude, Where's My Car?
Party. So, I mean, do with that information what you will. This is not isolated to his religious beliefs. He's standing right there next to now convicted beep Danny Masterson. Okay, this is the context I'm trying to show y'all.
She's like self-beeping so she doesn't have to edit the video.
Docking permission requested.
Smart play.
If Ashton wasn't a member of Scientology and never has,
yeah, like the less idiot. I really don't think editing is a thing. Kind of like how I think sorting isn't a thing. I don't think humans should sort things. I think one of the few things that algorithms do perfectly is sort. Algorithms sort perfectly, like pretty much perfectly. You can even tell it to do it certain different ways. Algorithms for sorting, right? And what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Algorithms are good at sorting, and I think AI is extremely good at video editing. And I don't know why, as a content creator, we're sort of forced to do as much video editing as we do, because I think that's one of the few things AI could actually really do pretty fucking well, you know? So I don't know. It's weird, but I don't know if I would use AI like that.
and never was. He is at least accepted to be performing at the Christmas party.
Well, why is Fez here? Because it just strikes me as weird. One of the things I've always thought about Scientology is they act like they're colorblind. They all do. These cults act like they're colorblind, and often deep in the core they are. But when you look at the actual outside pictures of the cult members doing a mass church or something like that, right? A mass gathering, you're going to see mostly white faces.
In 2003.
And so Fez was painted by that 70s show as this crazy foreigner. So I'm not sure he would have fit in with the Scientologists that well.
That picture.
But I guess he does because he has money.
So again, first it was Harvey.
Yeah, you can't do this. Like, you can't be a guest at a Scientology event at the Celebrity Center. They don't let guests into their thing. Right? So all of these people are avowed like Scientologists. If they're standing at the Celebrity Center, they've all been like co-opted into the church and taken advantage of by the cult. And so, yeah, and so they act like Ashton wasn't, or he probably isn't anymore, but he was a Scientologist. They don't let you do anything in their buildings. Like we looked at it earlier today, the people doing speed runs of the Scientology building in LA. I think Scientology needs to be canceled now, maybe. So, and Mormons too. I think Mormons and Scientologists should be canceled. I don't know about Mormons. Mormons is more of a Christian sect that has the respect of the land and the government and all that, and they're not a cult. They can be a cult. Like the FLDS was a cult that was based around raping children and giving 12-year-old wives, like 12-year-old wives to dudes, right? It was sick. It's fucking weird. But Mormons themselves are not bad. Joseph Smith himself was not bad. It's just that, you know, but the FLDS was fucking corrupt and did not make, you know, Mormons look very good either. And so honestly, I would prefer to abolish Mormonism. And I'll tell you why. I don't think all Mormons are evil, nor should they lose their religion, nor should they be canceled or whatever. But when the FLDS stuff came out, not only just the FLDS church, but pretty much the whole Mormon church kicked a whole bunch of gay teens out on the fucking sidewalks to fend for themselves in Salt Lake City. And they all became meth addicts and drug addicts and heroin addicts and all this. And they sold their bodies and they got fucked up on the streets. And it was like their whole family and their parents and the church and all the people that they knew and all the friends that they had had for 15 years weren't their friends anymore. They weren't their family anymore or whatever. They were excommunicated by the church. And they did this to like 1,500 kids or something like that. That's the number, I believe. It's something like 1,500, something like that. I met one of them. I'm sorry, not met. I have a good friend who is one of them. Like, I have a friend named Nick We might see him if I go play Rust, although I don't think so. I doubt he plays Rust full time at all. But I have a friend named Nick, and he was one of those kids kicked out on the fucking streets during the Mormon church thing. During the Mormon scandal, excuse me. And he told me about that. I had no idea that this was a thing. And when he told me, I immediately was like, oh, I don't know. I don't like the Mormon church anymore. Would it be weird to say that I want it to end? And he himself said, yes, that's weird. The church itself is not evil. It's the leadership. It's the same old shit. It's the leadership. It's always the leadership raping the kids and stealing the money. It's never the churchgoers or the masses, you know. It's always the people at the top. You know, power corrupts absolute power corrupts absolutely, essentially. And so yeah, and again, it's that old argument about it's not the country's people, it's not the church's flock, it's the leadership is the fucking problem.
Party
like Iran is doing those AI videos trying to show us that they know that the American public doesn't want to harm them. I don't want to harm Iran. I don't think anybody in the country kind of. I'm sure some of the right wingers probably just are like xenophobic and scared of Iran and people from the Middle East, and they probably do want these people to suffer. But like overall, I don't think most of the country wants Iran to suffer. We don't want to pay attention to Iran. We got too many problems at home to be worrying about stuff abroad. So. But you know, so we can see that that the Iran is telling us with their AI that they can see that we know that it's the leadership, and they know it's the leadership too. I think a revolution and a killing of the gods and managers is maybe not killing, but the ending of the careers of all the gods and managers is apropos to this situation. I think it's time for the revolution now, but the revolution should be voting and firing. It shouldn't be killing Donald Trump and all his fucking shitty child rapist cronies. I don't want it that way. I want to vote his ass out, change all the laws, and get these people out of here. I don't know how to do that, but probably prosecution, frankly. But I don't want to kill him though.
2003. Look at that picture. So again,
everybody's walking on eggshells. See, the views expressed in this video are opinion and not meant to be taken as fact. I'm gonna hit you with the bomb, girlfriend. You are acting scared, like they're gonna demonetize your channel, and you have a expensive house and a whole setup and expensive mic and all this, and you need the money that you're making from this 329,000 sub fucking channel, right? So I understand how important demonetization as how important a fear demonetization is for you, but I'm sorry, this job is not about censorship. It's about speaking your fucking mind. If you think that the Scientology church should be disbanded, sued, and canceled, then you should be able to say that fucking freely. If you believe that Donald Trump is a fucking child rapist because he bought his wife on the Lolita Express and he's on the manifest proving it, then I should be able to fucking say that. I don't care about him fucking suing me. He can sue me all he wants. I don't have anything. So it's like, fuck it. Like this job is not for censorship. I don't like, honestly, this stuff at the bottom of the video, it is censorship. It's like you excusing yourself for censorship, and you're walking on eggshells and using dumb colloquialisms like beep beep, like he's a beepist, like you're calling him he's a beepist now because you're like censoring yourself so much that it's just insane. And I'm sorry, but this shop, content creation, it's not a shop for censorship. It's really not. In the way that America is not a shop for anarchy, in the same vent, content creation is not about censorship. It's about being able to freely speak your mind. The whole reason content creation got as big as it did is because you can say whatever the fuck you want to say about whoever the fuck you want to talk about, and no cable access or no cable ads guys cancel you or try to demonetize you. And then the apocalypse happened, and now it is like that. They will fucking end your career and cancel you if you say something nasty about the president or Mormons or Scientology or anything like that. And so I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, to watch you willingly engage in this censorship is very disheartening for me. That is not what this job is. If you feel like you want to say that Scientology is fucking evil and that all these people are fucking rapists and they're all like really corrupt, then you should be able to fucking say that without worrying about somebody else's feelings. This is America. You have free speech. I might not like what you say, but I'll die for your right to say it.
First it was Harvey Weinstein, Les Wexner, and now, again, Danny Masterson. Ashton's proximity to these powerful institutions...
Yeah, like, all your friends are rapists, Donald Trump and fucking David Hyde Pierce. Like, all your friends are fucking rapists. They're confirmed rapists. It's fucking weird. It's weird that they walk free and they make so much money and they belong to churches that bilk them for millions of dollars. It's just insane, all of it. Fuck you guys. Fuck Scientology. Why is it coming up? It's coming up a lot on the YouTube algorithm for some reason. Because I'm guessing that maybe the internet is starting to decide that they want to cancel Scientology, maybe? I don't know if they can. One of the things that I think L. Ron Hubbard really wanted to do with this is blight mankind with a fucking church that they couldn't possibly cleanse themselves from or excise, like a cancer or whatever. They're not going to be able to get rid of Scientology, I don't think. You want to know why? Because probably like 95% of all of the Scientology church, like we're talking about the population, the churchgoers, the flock, right? The actual cult members are good people. Which is why the Scientology church should not be canceled just because Tom Cruise is a rapist or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what all their dirty secrets are. We know that David Hyde Pierce was a rapist. And he was like the main one. He's up there with Tom Cruise.
Scientology. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Don't say allegedly anymore. This is not a shop for anarchy. I'm sorry. It's not a shop for censorship. Stop censoring yourself so willingly. I don't care if they demonetize your fucking ass. This isn't your job to censor yourself.
Control and
Frankly, grow some lady balls. It sounds sexist, but honestly, I expect more out of a woman. A woman should be way less scared of censorship than a man. A woman should be able to say whatever the fuck she wants to say, because words are most often than not women's preferred weapon of choice. So a woman, especially, and it's sexist, but I do believe this. A woman, you know, the men believe the opposite, that women should be quiet, right? But I believe quite the opposite of that, which is I believe that you as a woman should be able to freely speak your mind about Scientology and the risks and all the rapists and all the risks and fear and problems that brought our community and all that. If you're a woman and you want to freely talk about it, fire off. And I don't want to hear words like allegedly. Just say it. Just say they're a bunch of fucking rapists. They're a bunch of fucking rapists. They have rape charges. They have sexual assault accusations. They run in a cult that was created by one of the worst pederasts in history.
White.
That is not a mistake. They're hanging out with Lex Wexner the way the Jeffrey Epstein was, and I'm sorry, but that's just not good. It's not good for the community. It's not good. So I'm kind of ready to cancel the fucking Scientology church. Fuck them. I don't care if they're litigious. Go ahead and fucking sue me then, like South Park did. Remember, South Park was like, sue me then, sue me, and they did. They like sued South Park. If I recall, let's go see. Or they definitely they put PIs on Matt and Trey for like 5 years to harass them for fucking doing the Scientology episode and revealing that Tom Cruise was gay, because for some reason Tom Cruise's sexual orientation seems to matter a lot to the whole world. I think Tom Cruise probably hates it, and I hate it because I don't give a flying fuck if Tom Cruise is gay. But they seem to really care. The TMZ crowd seems to really, and also all the conspiracy crowds too. They all seem to really care what fucking Tom Cruise's sexual orientation is. If they were good people, they wouldn't care. I don't give a flying fuck if Tom Cruise is gay or not. I don't care. Honestly, it's really sick that you care that much about his personal life. It is. So it's like fucking weird. But I mean, and we've not caught him raping anybody or killing anybody yet anyways. So I mean, what can we do? Windrose is the Black Flag sequel I dreamed of as a kid.
Evident.
That guy's really glazing Windrose. Let's see what he has to say. Someone made a pyre game that isn't horrible. The gameplay. Oh, the gameplay. Yeah, this is fiction. Grinding.
When I bought this game, I genuinely thought it was going to be about pirates. camping.
No, it's a survival game about clearing dungeons and fucking farming and chopping trees and mining. It has water stuff. You can go fight the ships if you want to.
It's good. Oh, that's perfect. There are pirates in this game, and the ship combat is ripped right out of Black Flag, but this game is an attempt at simulating the ultimate male fantasy of being stranded on a deserted island.
It's like Bear Grylls with nothing, with Wilson, right? It's like that. It's like that movie Castaway. You're stranded with Wilson.
Absolutely nothing.
That's every man's dream, kind of, is your own island.
And trying to build a gunboat with your bare hands. Kill a boar and obtain its hide. Okay, so we're starting from caveman times. Welcome to Windrose.
No, it's like 10 wood, a little bit of fuel, and like, you know, I don't know, some stone or whatever, and you have a full-blown sloop. And that's not much, you know, that's like an hour of farming.
The game Ubisoft tried to make 2 years ago, but instead decided
Yeah, like,
they wanted to
how did Skull and Bones suck as bad as it did?
Bankruptcy. And as a very big Black Flag fan, I was cautiously optimistic, but I had no idea that this game was going to be Minecraft but with pirates.
Minecraft but with pirates? What do you mean? There's no procedural. Oh, sorry. What is it called? There's no what is it called? There's no digging in this. Is there? I don't think there's digging in this. No, it's not really Minecraft.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And before anyone gets it twisted, I want to be perfectly clear. This game is incredible. Is your ship called the Quackalacken 3?
Quacklacken.
Yes. I may spend the staggering majority of my time in this game on interior design and dodo birds. That can't be lore accurate. I don't think Cuba has dodos. But the island I spawned in on looked like a movie. The icons of all the items in this game are drawn like a storybook. The buildings you can craft look like they were ripped off of Pirates of the Caribbean concept art. You can hold flintlocks and swords at the same time, and they somehow made all of this multiplayer. Here's where we find out if there is friendly fire in this game. When I first got on and was still a stranded castaway eating dirt, one of the Twitch moderators had joined my game and he already had a boat. Oh! Oh my god, he has a boat. Wow! And the joy I felt as he turned his cannons on the forest and decimated an entire ecosystem in 5 seconds made me understand the entire 17th century. Oh! Oh!
Oh, unfortunately, I'm hauling today. Is this not the turn in? I thought, oh, Usteli, I'm currently in, where am I think I've got to stop blocking the chat now. I don't think I need to do this anymore. I'm going to break, well, I like having local up there where you can see it, where you guys can read it. So, I'm in Krill Manicure. Krill Mokinir. The other three are going to one last station, I guess. Yeah, I guess I did turn in here and I'm ready to leave. Yeah. So the next stop is Usteli. Yeah. And then a Remmilf. Moon 11. Okay, I have to go to Remmilf. So it was in the same station, I guess. So yeah, I believe this is correct. So if not, I'll go back. So good.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
There it is. Invoice. Okay. Hey, what's up?
Finally.
Oh, you're coming through my speakers. Bear with me just a second, Bacon. Don't talk. You're going to blast me. Hold on. There we go. Okay, talk for me, buddy.
No.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. Sorry. Did I miss your text? I'm sorry. Let's check. I learned something about windrows. We can chop down trees by firing cannons off the boat.
Well, that's probably a better way to do it.
And it levels the whole forest in like 30 seconds. Yeah, it's the way to do it. It's like the big streamer tip about this game. Are you ready? Shall we get in?
I'm online.
All right, I'm excited.
So that day that you didn't get on, I explored like 2 little mini islands, nothing big, but you should go to them and get the exploration stuff done, since that's literally how you level up in this game.
Okay. I need just a couple of minutes here as I got to tune down my Eve session and change my titles, but I'm getting in.
Yeah, that's fine. I put fast travel points at both islands.
I'm getting ready for a race war on EVE Online. They're going to literally, the developers are causing a race war coming up here.
I thought it was humans on that game.
What's that?
Stargate.
Wasn't it just humans on that game?
But I mean, but they have different races, like China, Russia.
Oh, well, that's not
Spain,
racist.
Spain. They are kind of,
It's
China's
breeds, if nothing
yeah.
else.
I don't know what you call that. Faction, I guess. Yes, faction is what they call it in the game. There's 4 factions. They're all human. And there's going to be a huge faction war. But no, it is a race thing. They don't look the same. Galente people look like Galente people. They look like
Yes, they're breeds.
Spanish people. Yeah, they wear like Spanish devotional robes and stuff. It's weird. Yeah.
Well, I know I've had this conversation with you before because I raised chickens when I was young, and that's where I became aware of the difference between a breed and a race. Because race would be like dwarves and drow.
Yeah,
humans.
you're right. You're absolutely right. That is the.
So if you're talking about Mexicans and Chinese people killing each other, then we're talking breed.
It's I guess you're right. It's actually just a world war. I don't believe it's a race-based thing, though there is a lot of racism between the 4 factions, Oh, I gotta connect to the server.
Well, if you're able to, one thing that's driven me nuts is one of the explore points is just like a camp on an island.
Yeah.
And there's 2 camps that we've found so far. One that we found on our starter island. And then one on one of these islands that I explored while you were not online. And I find one of the explore spots, or one of the like objectives at it, because it's just a chest in the camp. I cannot for the life of me figure out where the hell the other chest is at the camps.
Yeah, okay, I'll take a look, yeah.
I've even like pulled out my shovel and just excavated the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
I've chopped down the trees. My shower thoughts earlier were, I wonder if the chest is suspended in the trees. But I just came back to this camp that I tried clearing out last time, and there's no fucking trees with chests in it, so I don't know what to do.
I'm guessing it's a bug. If you can't find it, I think it's probably a bug. Maybe.
I wouldn't go that far.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I have a lot of faith in your ability, competence to find something,
I'm a very greedy Jew, and my nose is following the schmeckleberries, but I can't find any.
Wow. Please try not to be anti-Semitic on my stream. You're gonna get me banned.
You can make jokes with a flavor.
I believe you have a right to free speech in this country. You can say what you want, sir. It's more about me getting banned. You know what I'm saying? It's a selfish thing.
I know the problem with your platforms is they look for keywords and they don't care about meanings behind the words. Because I could say that I think the Israelis should glass the whole fucking Middle East and just take it all over, but they'd still label me anti-Semitic for saying schmeckleberries, which is silly.
You said a lot of racist things.
Breed. Racist would be, I hate drow, they're a bunch of fucking mushroom-eating fungus monsters. I don't know.
What do I identify? I'm a tiefling is what I usually pick, not drow. Tieflings suck too, don't they? I don't know.
Tieflings are all rape babies. Hi, they're the children of devils impregnating human women.
I don't know the D&D lore. So you're south of me. I can fast travel to you.
Oh, there's an island north of me that you should have the fast travel for. That's where you want to go first.
Apparently, all of my Fog of War is... I'm sorry, I have complete Fog of War. I have no map. I have to reveal the entire map again.
So you can't even see... What?
I can see symbols, but I can't see, like, the island shape.
Can you teleport to the symbols? Because you should be able to do that.
I can teleport to our house, yeah.
No, the fast travel points. Like, do you see me southwest of you?
Yes, I see all the I see all the points you've set up, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a fast travel point, like, a bit north of me. That's where you want to go first. There's, like, 4 explore zones you need to hit.
The most western one? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's northwest of me.
Alright.
So, I don't know if things respawned. I'm hoping they don't, so you just have to fight pigs.
Yeah, let's go see what the cell respawn is. I'll ask the AI. This is probably good information to know. In Windrose, how long does it take a cell to respawn? Loot? Every 6 hours real life time.
Autopilot
Baskets,
jumping.
bales, and containers are 6 hours real life time. Vegetables are 2 hours. Ore and minerals are a 6-hour respawn for copper and 5 in-game days for other minerals.
Moving to Stargate.